Pattern share, UW Rabbit, Elstramaria, hello, 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 about loathings for 31 months. Hey Cornelius, hey Vina, hey BLS, hey Shambatat, hey Rompy McStompy. I came here just to say poop. How do you feel having done that? Like, you feel sort of aimless now? How do you pick what it is that you want to do? And having, like, completed what you desired to do, like, where do you go from there? It's like an important question. I was surprised at how cheap my mouse was. I thought I remembered paying an incredible amount for my mouse, but apparently it was just like a $50 mouse, which made me feel better when it broke after a year or something. Not that $50 is cheap for a mouse, I just like thought it was 150 for some reason. So then I just bought exactly the same one again. JTMS, just okay. Hello, hey Providence, hey Nose Glass. Can I just say that as an incredibly incorrect Magic the Gathering opinion? Anyway, Peachfucker, hello. Coldcaha, hello. Hey Stampezi, hey Cougar. DB Crumpets, hello. Hey Ward Square, hey Sadstar. Echo Lawrence Day, hello. Mahler, thanks for the 9 months. I don't know if I trust Jorbs without facial here. Like, I definitely shaved and don't have my beard or mustache anymore. But I don't know if I, like, trust it, you know? Who is this new Jorbs? How do I know that he's on the level with me? I don't know. I don't know if there's an easy answer. Oh, there is definitely some bleed in my green screen right now. That becomes very obvious. So I put a straight white background behind it. Okay. Oh, but it is nice to like. Oh, that actually. Oh, sorry. I just shaved, so it's like still sort of itchy and sensitive. I should moisturize. Probably. I'm glad you're excited about this stream, Echo Lawrence Day. Mahler and DJ McMahon, thanks for the subs. Hey, Dr. Biscotti, hey, Steeple Madness, hey, Dragonborn, hey, Project Purple. Yeah, this should be interesting. I was reading this and then I was like, hey, there are a bunch of people who watch my channel who would probably be interested in this, and I'm interested in what they would say. And then I was like, oh, I'll just stream it. Seems like a better way to do it. Hey, Water Roman, hey, Natsa, hey, Pickly Pickle, hey, Sand Sheepies, hey, Loss of Will, hey, Rayon, Snazarak, Mascarin, hello. Natsar, you enjoy my pronunciation of mahogany? Mahogany is a beautiful word, isn't it? Is there a link to the paper? Oh yeah, I will get that to you shortly. Hey Madneat, how are you? Hey Wrong Guy, hey 567, hey Malso, hey Poison Burger. Albanco, hello. Flannel Violin, hi hi. Thanks for 39 months, Lanya. Appreciate it. Patra has been trying very hard to get me to play Final Fantasy XIV and has convinced me. I'm a little bit concerned that cat girls are going to try to like become my wife or something. Slightly concerned. Thanks for the 32 months, McWerp. Caw, thanks for the 32 months. World Repent, hello. Hey, Ace Fury. Hey, JNK. Facial hair has been there a while. I shaved fully except for the mustache like a couple of months ago. When Bloody came to visit, I did. So that would have been 2.5 months ago, maybe. And I had not touched my face with a razor in any way since then. I just let it grow out completely without any grooming. Yeah, anyway. My approach to facial hair is very minimalist. By which I mean the minimal possible work from myself. Hey Obelisk, hey Dr. Blah. Warna, hello, hey Error. Trimmed your beard yesterday and reshaved your head. What? I've been thinking about shaving my head. Or at least buzzing it. Aaron Jesus Swap T and Shadow, hey Ot. Master Abelier, hello. Hey Pokia Matt. You're subbing to me so you never have to see that ad again. But if you see it on someone else's channel, Twitch Turbo is pretty good if you don't want ads on Twitch. I just sub to everybody personally, but I have had people say that Twitch Turbo is good. Hey PyroPie. You won a Watch Your Ascension 20 Heart one-hit wonder run today. That is awesome. How did you defeat Jawworm? Do you have any tips? What was your like broken thing that you got early that let you do it? Jackal Bunny, hello. Hey Dysphoric. Is this a psychology or sociology kind of paper? I mean, I don't know what the difference between those things. I cannot give you the answer to that. You assume greater knowledge about this than I have. Electric Mongoose, hello. Hey Patrick Twitchy. Hey Scarecrow. Hey Jim. First criticism of this paper is that it isn't paper. It's on a computer. That's right. Could print it on paper. Not as bad as Frankenstein. Hello. It's the cat boys you have to worry about. Oh. Maybe I'll become a cat boy. Hey Sanalarian, hey Chaos, hey a person, hey C3, please no. Is it parasocial to put your cursor on the parasocial emote? Maybe. How did I stumble on this article? My friend Mike on Twitter DM'd it to me. He does a lot of AI research, re-video games. And knew that I was working on the book I'm working on and saw it and thought it might be interesting. And it certainly is interesting, so. He's safe. He streamed for a couple months years ago and had a complete panic attack once the viewers got to a couple hundred. Ooh, you got to a couple hundred viewers in 2 months? That's a lot. That's, very few people have their streams grow that quickly. And I would say that often changing in your stream is what's the most difficult. So like rapid growth is very much rapid change. And if you're changing into an area you've never been in before, it can be very hard. Cause well, I'll get to it later, but yeah, I guess like if you sit there every day and do the same thing, you develop an audience which comes to your channel and knows what you're doing and likes it. That's why they're coming back again and again and again. But if you change what you're doing on your stream, you have dissonance between what you're doing and what your audience wants or expects. And on account of that, your audience will change, right? So you go from having like the people who come to watch me play Slay the Spire, using myself as an example, to having the people who want to see me play a variety of strategy and puzzle games. Perhaps, as one example. Or like Minecraft, because I played Minecraft a lot, or Among Us is another game that I played a lot. And anytime that you do that, you are going to change your audience. And because of that, you have to get to know a bunch of new people, because your audience has changed. And you have to deal with people coming into your channel a lot and not understanding your community and how you want to run your community. And people leaving your channel a lot because they like used to like your Slay the Spire stuff, but since you're not playing Slay the Spire every day anymore, they aren't going to be there anymore. And so the like daily action of interacting with your community changes. You don't have the faces that you like in the audience anymore necessarily, the ones you're familiar with. And you have all of these new people who you're having to get used to. And as a like career streamer at this point, I've been doing this for 6 years full time. I can do that. Like I understand what that is and what it's like and what I have to do to manage it, and I'm realistic with my expectations of what it's going to be and everything. But when you are starting out and you've only been going for 2 months, if you have a rapid channel changing event like that, I can very much see how difficult that could be. Like, yeah, it's not easy. It's the back end of streaming is an entire extra job, in my opinion. Like, I generally think of the amount of work I do as the amount of time that I'm live plus that much again. And over the course of my career, I've gotten to a point where fortunately I can hire some people to help me with the stuff on the back end, but there's still a tremendous amount of emotional labor and thinking and organizing and stuff that goes on, which I do have to still do. So, harder than it looks sometimes. Hey, Solo Kaiser, hey, Stir Fried Penguin. Unexpected Pineapple, hello, hey, Rainbow Fire. Natsar, thanks for the 10 gifted subs to the channel. Appreciate that a ton. Your receding hairline was about where mine is when you started shaving your head on a regular basis. What are you trying to say, Gross Tongue? My hair isn't receding, is it? Maybe a little bit. And maybe a touch. Hey, Leo Panther. I have never played an MMO. I'm approaching Final Fantasy XIV as a story game. Yeah. Hey, Felter. Being bald has so many unbelievable advantages. Hair is certainly, like, mostly downside, in my opinion. Hey, Shadow Ryan. Hey, Moki. You really like the idea of peer reviewing an article on parasocial relationships on a live stream? It seemed appropriate. I was just reading the article and I was like, this is something I should do with my community. It didn't seem appropriate to be doing it on my own, weirdly. Rectify this for 44 months. It felt sort of like I was like seeking out scientific advice on how to like position myself and exploit you, and that just isn't something I do. Like from a business perspective, I should probably, but I deliberately don't because you have what you have to do to succeed in the game or whatever, and then you have what you are willing to do as a human being who has to live with yourself every day. And I tend to err very heavily toward the human being half of that in my own life. Especially now that I'm like an established streamer and I'm not super worried about money and stuff. Just like isn't worth it to sit there and be like, ooh, if I add this thing to the Discord, I can increase the parasocial behavior of my viewers and double down on their engagement with my fandom. And just like, I don't want that thought on my head ever. Unless you're involved in it. I don't know. It's fucking weird. As someone who's prone to parasocial behavior, you're worried about being sane. Oh, I see you, Carados. Benoit. You had 16 times a Jarm, it took you 72 tries, you had a really strong stat swapping deck and an extra 17 max CP from potions and relics. 72 tries sounds like, honestly, probably low end, but like pretty good. Yeah. I think I sort of assumed it would take me in the 100 range, but that wasn't like based on anything. Hey Zam, hey Nimbrex, thanks for the Prime. Hey Cheetah, thanks for the 35 months. I have played Super Auto Pets. You can find a VOD of it on Many Jorbs, the new YouTube channel where I upload a variety content. Mr. Goble, thanks for the 23 months. Hey Holy Namore. Present Method, hello. Hey Midwat. King's Horsey, hello. Hey Ethereal Ben. Ethereal? Ethereal Ben. Thanks for the Prime. You don't know what audience you are if you want Jorbs to analyze the Iliad account. I get it. Hey Curly, hey Rock Out with my socks out, hey Breways, hey a kid named Puppy. You have a shoulder cat. Zephyr doesn't like being on my shoulder very much anymore. He used to. He doesn't like my shoulder very much. He likes Caitlin's shoulder. Currently the cats are both under the blankets in my bed, which is very cute. Getting familiar with your audience and necessary or even possible part of my job sounds hard when it can change drastically. Getting familiar with my audience. There's a certain amount of familiarity that just happens naturally when you're sitting in a chair talking with people all day, every day, and a lot of the people are the same over and over again. Zero Awakening, Humor Style. You're also not losing your hair, you're just regrouping it in different areas of your body. Nice. That's a good way to think of it. Hey, Gen Fizzes. Categorizing, hello. What are my thoughts about Darkest Dungeon 2? It was very bad. Hey, Unstable. I look a bit off without facial hair. Like, I look like I'm from American Psycho or something, right? Like, I get it. I totally get it. Hey, Flannel Tuxedo, thanks for the 2 months. You've been literally begging me to exploit you. Yeah, you haven't vocalized that to me, Gen Fizzes. That's just like in your head at night, I guess. You've never actually told me that. The bot is down? What? Oh, I never started it again. Yeah, that's on me. Tupelo. You're about to say that alienating people and being an ass never helped any streamer. Oh yeah, that's not true at all. Some streamers absolutely do that. Hey, is Mike. Hey, Mariumer. Your favorite stream was the Visiting Lecturer Ancient Greek Lit streams. Wait, what? I did that? What? Hey, 2Curbs. Parasocial relationships. No thanks. I've only got one social relationship, not a pair. Is your one social relationship with me? Hey, Jiao hey, Tiny's Little Dot, hey, Talia. I look younger and older at the same time. Just different. I just look different, I think. Hey, Narlamane. Hey, T-Dub. See Possibility Space. Genesis GG, hello. Well, the Iliad is Greek literature, isn't it? I thought it was Latin for a second there for some reason. That would be interesting, Scarecrow. It's definitely like how parasocial relationships work has changed on account of streaming. Like, it's not a matter of like streaming showing that we were wrong about what parasocial relationships were. It's a matter of streaming actually making it so parasocial relationships are different from what they used to be in the last 10 or so years. So streaming and Discord and Twitter and all the ways that we can interact with people who provide us entertainment now. It's interesting to me too because we're like in this middle ground with streaming where I think anthropologically the way that being entertained for an evening like conceptually works 3,000 years ago is like you hang out with your friends and some of them do impressive things like discuss philosophy or play an instrument or tell stories or whatever, and like these people aren't other, like they are part of your in-group. But then in the last 100 years entertainment has sort of been taken over by people who are other, like they're people we watch who we don't know or listen to and don't know or whatever. And I think that's actually just tremendously unnatural for human beings. That just isn't how it works. So I think that one of the reasons that streaming is resonant and successful is that it's trying gives too much agency, but it's like accidentally steering back toward the idea of being entertained by someone you actually know and are in a community with, which I think is a thing humans like. You like the no beard look. Thanks, friend of the trees. I don't really think of it as like a deliberate change. I think of it as I was itchy, so I shaved all of my facial hair off. That's how I approach it. Emmeline, hello. Hey, Charasite. Yeah, the Aeneid is one of the Latin epics for sure. Emedith, hello. Does this paper define parasocial? We'll get there. You used to be more vocal about your desire to be exploited, but then I told a story of a time a viewer developed a crush on me and started stalking me, and how flirty viewers make me worry about that, so you stopped. Hey, I appreciate that. Hey, Landers, thanks for the 13 months. Trail, hello, hey Teleotech. Mila Kunis. Is it Mila or Mila? I don't know. She's the one who was in that 70s show, right? Doing a weird choose your own adventure story with thousands of people on Patreon. Sounds cool, I don't know. Bercioli. Hello, thanks for the 3 months. Waiting for reviewers to come back for your first big publication. You get a notification that Jorbs is reviewing a paper. Yeah. This was approved today or yesterday, November 1st. So this is brand new. Henrik, thanks for the 10 months. Kittiklin, Totish, WB Hollow. Yours prefers Ghost Shave November? Hey, I guarantee you I won't shave again this month. Guarantee 100%. There's 0% chance that I will shave again this month. What you recall is he was attempting to develop a method to determine when a TV/internet parasocial relationship became clinically harmful, which on one hand I speak at you more than any human you know in real life, which is not great. On the other hand, you understand that I'm a content creator, so who knows. I also speak to my audience more than I speak to like friends IRL by a very large margin. So that happens on my end too. There are days when I like barely say a word out loud other than to my stream audience who I talk to nonstop for 6 to 8 hours. So think about how much that fucks up my brain. You think you're fucked up by this? Let me tell you my story. Hey, Bane. By Quintus Explore Prime. These are the days 5. Angry Tetris, hello. Hey, Graham. I think Discord communities can avoid parasocial relationships so long as they're not Discord servers based around Twitch channels. I've never been in a Discord server that wasn't based around a Twitch channel, so I have no idea. I have no experience with that. I've been in like online forums and stuff where it's like this is a place for talking about Magic the Gathering, and I think I developed like pretty normal and two-sided friendships via those. Hey, Kitticlin, thanks for the Prime. Timo Zambonis, hello. Hey, Henrik. The Sisyphus, hello. Please check APA bibliography rules. What does that mean? Have I considered reaching out to the authors to see if they'd like to watch on stream while I go over their paper? I like send them a message with the VOD, but I'm not gonna do that right now. I think if someone disagrees with me about something I say on this stream, the rest of my chat will attack that person, and is that indicative of a harmful parasocial relationship? I hope that this is a place where people can disagree with me. I think my chat gets defensive of me when it's about backseating because I have very openly shared that backseating is negatively affecting my mental health as a human being. But I think that my chat is actually incredibly receptive to people who have different or even sometimes like openly bad opinions about the world. So I think that if people disagree with me on something here, probably what will happen is I will be interested in that, and other people in the chat will also be interested in that. Can we zoom in a little on the text? Probably. Don't know how though. This one? Wait, now there's a scroll bar? Doesn't seem right. Ah, there we go. How's that looking? Maybe 1 or 2 more. Oh, we can't have the scroll bar though. Oh, like this. There. And slightly over so the chat's not on top of it. Looks about right, yeah. Peer review means it's not public yet? Huh, it was approved yesterday. There's a link to it somewhere. Someone will get you to it. Hey, Cool Border. Hey, Brexon. Wessack Hollow. You remember idolizing mods on internet forums? Oh, I remember doing that a little bit too. I ended up like becoming friends with several of them though, like IRL. So I guess I don't conceptualize it as being a parasocial relationship, given that it developed into an actual friendship. Fronimo, you disagree with me? This isn't a place where people can disagree with me. Oh, okay. Fair enough. You got me. In Modern Oracle, one of your best memories of this chat was in-depth discussion of gender and gender abolition just sort of happening. I think a lot of people also trust that I'm coming from a place of good faith. So I feel pretty comfortable just as long as I'm not talking about something that's like traumatic or negative. Like avoiding trauma dumping in an online community is important. um and that goes both ways. Like I don't want to bring a ton of negative energy to your life, and I also don't want people coming to my channel and sharing extremely negative things or trying to force a conversation about something that's incredibly negative. But I think that outside of that, I generally feel like I can say things that I think about stuff to you, and you're not going to like clip me out of context and try to make a thing go viral where you're framing what I'm saying as an awful thing, which is good. It's good to feel that way. Your ass store, how are you? Did somebody get you the link to the article yet? I tweeted it. That would be a way to find it, or I can go to the tweet myself. There. I have given you a link to the tweet, apparently. You'll get there, though. Hey, Jarek, how are you? Hey, Bookworm. Yeah, the mods do a good amount of work, and do a good amount of like tone setting for conversations in the channel, too. Introduction. Let us begin. Since the 1950s, researchers have been discussing the nature of parasocial interactions and the relationships that develop from them. Historically, parasocial relationships have been conceptualized as one-sided intimate connections with a media performer based on repeated encounters. Since the 1950s? Is that when TV was a thing? What happened in the 1950s that made us start talking about parasocial relationships? Rock music? Film? Fair enough. Dylan. In traditional parasocial relationships, a person extends emotional energy, interest, and time in the relationship, while the other person, the media figure, is unaware of the other's existence. There is no reciprocal, i.e. two-way interaction between the viewer and performer. I think that's... That doesn't sound right to me. Like, even in the 1950s, it feels like... So maybe for the viewer that's true, but it feels like for a performer in the 1950s, their life would have been incredibly full of interaction with viewers, like getting asked for an autograph on the street or going to an event, and like I don't know if that's true or not. Maybe like the life of a movie star in the 1950s was that you went home to your house and you were just a normal human being the rest of the time. But it's sort of hard to imagine that somehow. I don't know. Hey, Tyrant. Hey, Arjra. Midway, thanks for the 5 months. Follow. Hey, 6 Furry. It's a little hyperbolic as an introduction. I read like the first third of this and I felt that it was often very confident with its claims, and they were often claims that I thought had tons of gray area and had a lot more analysis to be done. So anyway, There is no reciprocal interaction between the viewer and performer. Maybe that just means that, like, what about like fan mail and stuff though? I don't I don't trust that claim. I don't trust that claim. I certainly think of this from the perspective of the performer too, and how these sorts of relationships shape my life. And I think it's very easy to dismiss the idea that there's a reciprocal interaction going on for the viewer in a relationship like that, because they aren't calling up the performer on the phone every day or something like that. I don't know. But for the performer, it feels like there is always the potential of reciprocity with fans if they want it, which can express itself in a billion different ways. It could mean like having groupies. It could mean doing meet and greet events. It could mean if you want to find friends, you reach out to your fan base looking for someone who is interesting to you. I don't know. It like means that when you sit down on a flight, the person next to you says hello and knows who you are. It feels like, from the point of view of the viewer, that makes sense, but from the point of view of the performer, it doesn't really. Hey, Amberculi. Hey, Red Knight. Does Jorbs even says hi to chat? Definitely a reciprocal interaction. Definitely, yes. Hey, Eevee Master. We could be here a while, huh? It is the one-sided nature of these relationships that makes PSRs, unique PSRs. Oh, that's very fancy. Yes, I have to adjust my glasses as I say PSRs. Unique and distinct from other kinds of social relationships. Put another way, PSRs are unique because one person, e.g. the viewer, develops an emotional connection with another person, e.g. the media personality. Shouldn't this be IE, not EG? Am I wrong? Isn't IE a specific example? Like, because one person id est the viewer. I thought EG was like a general example, but not specifically the one being spoken about. IE, that is EG, for example. Yeah, isn't this an IE? This is upsetting me. No, I'm not actually upset. I feel threatened by it though, because I was pretty sure I learned that rule and now I'm reading like a fancy published paper and I feel like it's being used a way that I don't think it should be, and it's very upsetting to me. Anyway, Zippy. Exemplum gratius. Does that mean free example? Develops an emotional... Okay. One person, the viewer, develops an emotional connection with another person, the media personality, that is not reciprocated. Apart from the one-way nature of the relationship, the defining features of traditional PSRs are their broad reach and restricted access. Broad reach and restricted access. These relationships often influence a vast number of people, even though it is very difficult to directly connect with the on-camera media figure. Sure, okay, that makes sense. For example, fan mail and in-person meet and greets are largely the only opportunity for people to meet these kinds of traditional celebrities. Sure. Okay. I still feel like that paragraph is largely considering what this is like for a viewer and not what it's like for a performer. Like, it's saying that there's no reciprocity when what I would describe as happening is there is as much reciprocity as is humanly possible from the stance of the performer. So I don't think that these parasocial relationships are like reciprocity is like bad and not happening. I think these sorts of parasocial relationships are, there is one human being, the performer, who is only capable of a certain amount of reciprocity, and the structure in place for them to interact with millions of fans only allows for them to once a month do a meet and greet or answer fan mail, because otherwise their mental health would cease to exist. They would not be able to do their actual job. Like, I just feel like it's like dismissive of the idea that a parasocial relationship, when you have a million people who have a parasocial relationship with one person, that one person cannot possibly spend more than a millionth of a relationship worth of energy on average per person. And so they could be spending absolutely all of their energy on reciprocity in relationships. And I think a lot of like celebrities are, and it's fucking with their heads really bad. But even if they do that, there's still an appearance of no reciprocity because of the numerical disparity. Hey, Hardcore, hey, Heinsbird. P. Porter, hello. The definition would be better if it said limited reciprocity instead of no reciprocity. I don't know. I'm just commenting on the, like, yeah. Despite the lack of reciprocity in parasocial relationships, it's like, it's weird because the term is talking about a relationship between two people, but it's only analyzing what it's like for one of the people. Which is like, the term is also saying that the relationship is only existing for one of the people, but by nature of being a relationship, it is factually and really existing for both of them. It's just the ways that it affects the two of them are different. Hey Serge, hey Yobum, hey Yuki, sorry. Navalis, hello. I look like a uni professor. Is it something to do with the rest of the things going on the stream, maybe? Hey Navalis. It's consistent to say that there's no reciprocity, even if that's because reciprocity is structurally impossible. Yeah, whatever. We'll get into it more. I hope that I'm like making my point okay. That like there are for a celebrity with 1 million fans, there are going to be 1,000,001 people in a parasocial relationship. And for one of those people, their entire life is full of reciprocity. And for everyone else, there is very, 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 very little. But for one of those people, and it feels like that is important to recognize or something. I don't know. Hey Spoji, hey Pandu. Hey Sam, thanks for the 3 years. How are you? There is a thing where there's a thing where reciprocity isn't necessarily happening if a celebrity is talking with a fan, though. Like, if I am talking to someone I consider a celebrity, and all I am doing is saying, oh my god, I love your stuff so much, you're so cool, can I get a photo? There's no actual like relationship reciprocity happening there. I'm like using them as a celebrity, and they are not really being treated as a human being. And like, that isn't necessarily an awful thing, but I guess this is a counter to the point I was trying to make, that even if you are the one person in the 1,000,001 people who have all of these people trying to get your attention, when you reach out to them seeking their attention, they don't necessarily actually interact with you in the way that you would want, or in a way that like actually builds a real relationship or something. Tretchen. Simcopter, hello. Transactional relationship. Ooh. New parasocial relationship test just dropped. How weirded out do you get when you try to describe the celebrity in question to someone and realize how much miscellanea you know about them? Sometimes I'll have lunch with someone who knows me from my stream, and we'll just be like chatting, and I'll be like, oh yeah, well, I do quite a lot of charity work, and they'll be like, oh, I know. And I'll be like, It's like I don't myself know how much miscellanea they know about me. It's weird. Hey Manzuop, how are you? Hey Landris. Celebrities are not aware of all the followers. They're not actively interacting with the followers, so therefore no interaction. Probably. Probably true a lot of the time. You wonder what role production teams, managers, etc. played in Reciprocity as well. Yeah, there are lots of middlemen who um, can exist for a performer who streamers often don't have. Pictures for sad 90s kids. One way that that comes up a lot is if I am interacting with a sponsor, there's this very awkward thing where there are two relationships that need to happen at once with that sponsor. One is there has to be a relationship where I express that I like their product and I'm excited in promoting it. But another one is there has to be a relationship where we are negotiating a business deal and I am my own advocate against them, trying to like get paid a good amount of money and stuff like that, right? And it's very hard for one person to do both of those things at the same time. And so that's something that having an agent helps a ton with is I can be like, yeah, I'm excited about the product. And then I can be like, now talk to Hannah. She's the person who's going to negotiate a price with you. And so there are tons of useful middlemen, I guess, like useful like sub elements of my brand. I don't know what the right things to say are to describe this. Sometimes I need another person to have the relationship that has to happen with someone for me because there is already an existing demand for me to have a certain type of relationship which is different from that with someone. He's him Carfax. And Dronai. Proxies. Proxies sounds right, yeah. Might be another reason for actors and such to have an agent. Yeah, absolutely. For sure. Despite the lack of reciprocity in PSRs, these relationships are considered significant to the viewer and their daily lives. For instance, we often seek information from our favorite newscaster as they are perceived as a more credible source of knowledge. Do you think that's wrong, though? I feel like that's not wrong. I feel like that's just correct. Like, there are newscasters with different amounts of ability to tell us useful and correct things, and anyway, whatever. Sometimes we even shift our behaviors to align with our favorite celebrities to reflect their personality, characteristics, demeanor, or fashion sense, for sure. Notably, this can even happen when the on-screen figure is fictional. So, for example, when Game of Thrones first came out, I started wanting to be Jason Momoa. It hasn't worked out for me super well so far, but I get that. Ooh, Jazzman, hello. The Orchid Wolf music. Thank you, Yobin. I feel like most guys wish they were Jason Momoa. Yep. Or at least pals with him. Okay, anyway. While initial research into PSRs focused on newscasters and home shopping network presenters, PSRs have also been discussed through the lens of sports, fictional television and movie characters, and video game characters. Video game characters? Those would be interesting articles to read. What video game characters do people tend to have parasocial relationships with? Bradford? I can't, like, off the top of my head think about that sensibly, but it's probably just because I don't play, like, MMOs or story games all that much. Mario is your bro? Monica? Oh, not Monica. Gerald? For sure. I feel like Henry Cavill, that's his name, right? I feel like Henry Cavill like sort of had a parasocial relationship with Gerald before he got asked to play him on The Witcher. Hey, Serpy boy. That's been my impression from interviews. Excalibur. The Spire, maybe. I guess I sort of vibe with Jawworm and also the Champ. The first discussion of PSR centered around online media performers was first discussed in the 2000s in the context of micro-celebrities and social media influencers. Senft coined the term micro-celebrity to broadly refer to an individual who has amassed a collection of followers in an online context. How large a follower number do you need to have to be a micro-celebrity? Someone can look this up for me right now. It sounds sort of like a micro penis, but I'm not really threatened by that. Like, that's okay. Roll to rest, hello. Hey, my name is London. How are you? 100k does it, so I made it. Nice. Micro-influencers are defined as accounts with anywhere from 10,000 to 50,000 followers, and macro-influencers 500,000 to 1 million followers. So am I just an influencer? And I'm just in the middle? Interesting. Although Twitter Jorbs is not even a micro-influencer yet, or micro-celebrity rather. Nice to know that I'm better than someone, even if it is my alter personality. Find the term macro-influencer funny. Caps out at 1 million. I think after 1 million, you're probably just a celebrity, right? This new kind of celebrity differs from the traditional concept due to their often exclusive internet presence, niche-related content, and accessibility and reach across online networks. Even though micro-celebrities typically have a smaller scale of viewers or followers than their traditional television or film counterparts, their ability to influence their viewers is amplified due to the higher likelihood of potential interaction. This accessibility to the media personality has fundamentally changed the nature of the parasocial relationships that form between viewer and performer. That all makes sense to me. Do I have any comments on that? No. I mean, I think that's straightforward and accurate and also fairly precise. Definitely one of the huge inefficiencies in streaming is that smaller streamers actually are more powerful at selling something to an audience. Because, like, they know their audience, they can make an ask of their audience, and the audience will care more and feel like fulfilling that ask is doing more and stuff like that. But advertisers don't pay them. Like, if someone has an advertising budget for a new game, they will reach out to like someone with 10,000 viewers and pay them $100,000 instead of reaching out to, how does the math work? What's the comparison? Instead of reaching out to, oh fuck, orders of magnitude. Instead of reaching out to lots and lots of people with 100 viewers each and paying them $100 or $1,000 or something. And that's very damaging, I would say, to like streaming as an industry. It's a way where like, so we're observing that people want this, right? They want to have this like small community with a micro celebrity where you can have reciprocal communication with this person. But the way in which our economy of entertainment works hasn't adjusted to that sensibly yet, where it's difficult for those people to find good sponsors. It's difficult for them to get a good cut of their advertising revenue on a platform like Twitch or YouTube. They can't negotiate good revenue splits. They may not even be able to get payment at all. Like, they might not meet the appropriate metrics to start getting any revenue split from the platform. So, yeah, It's interesting to observe that this is starting to exist, but that infrastructure for celebrities who influence fans is still largely based on the idea that what celebrity means is like Elvis or something. You seen Zachary? G. Kirilenko Hollow. This literature review will discuss the changing nature of parasocial relationships and make a case for how live streaming engenders unique parasocial relationships that differ in scope and influence as compared to a traditional understanding of this concept. We are framing this new dynamic as a 1.5 way rather than traditional 1-way parasocial relationship. That means that I am your friend, but only halfway. You have exactly half of a real friendship with me. This new terminology accounts for the potential reciprocal interaction between a streamer and their audience, the theoretical foundation of and interpersonal implications for the uniqueness of these new 1.5-way PSRs are outlined in more detail below. When you put it that way, it sounds weirder. Yeah, it does, right? Hey, Miltnoid. Hey, Rectify. Hey, Firestar. Hello. You have 0.5 friends. You want to post the you get, I get meme I posted on Twitter a few months ago? I get, like, new friend, 200 hours of ad-free entertainment per month, a life coach, a coach for the game I want to play. You get $2.50 per month. Yeah, it's a trade deal. It's a very, very cheap deal to get those things. Laying the foundation. Reconstructing the parasocial relationship in the context of live streaming. The popularization of live streaming over the last decade has led to an increase in interest and awareness of the unique parasocial relationships that are being formed between viewer and live streaming personality. Due to their accessibility through their live content, social media, and other third-party chat servers, e.g. Discord, these micro-celebrities are far more accessible than celebrities of the past. This accessibility underpins several unique characteristics of the PSRs being formed between viewer and live streamer. Specifically, this increased accessibility has created the potential for reciprocal communication, a stronger sense of community affiliation, wishful identification. Wishful identification. Was wishful identification not a thing in normal parasocial relationships? I thought, like, everybody wanted to, like, I'm pretty sure that every guy I have met in Seattle in the last 20 years wanted to be Kurt Cobain at some point in their life. Like, they all have very mopey voices and play guitar. Anyway, greater emotional investment, fandom cultures, and an increased sense presence than traditionally experienced in parasocial relationships. This has changed the nature of the PSR between viewer and performer on a foundational level. Each of these characteristics is discussed in more detail below. Sure, I can take that paragraph at face value mostly, I think. Kibade since 16 months. So basically, live streaming has made parasocial relationships more intense, maybe? Like, more multifaceted because of the availability of reciprocity. While there are many different live streaming platforms available today, the focus of this paper will be on the relationships formed between viewer and media performer on Twitch. Are they watching right now? Oh no. that's uncomfortable. Don't throw stones, you know my early YouTube videos. I have no regrets. Don't know if you want to be Jorbs, you'd rather I be Jorbs and you get to hang out with me sometimes. That's so comfortable. I wonder if the ability for people to hang out with a streamer in a way that isn't ridiculous and is fairly, like, low stakes makes it possible for reciprocity to exist in a way that isn't weird. Because, like, if I think about parasocial relationships from the 90s or whatever, for whatever reason, my brain goes to like stalkers and obsessiveness. And I don't know if that's like not quite true. I guess I also think about people like mailing the queen to get a letter back, in which case it like that's very low stakes. But it feels like if you can drop by someone's stream and just say hi to them, you don't have to be like, oh, I'm so obsessed with this person. Like, it doesn't, like, maybe you can just have a somewhat healthy parasocial relationship with that person. I don't actually know, though. I have no idea. This is my brain thinking about something for the first time without really knowing anything about it, so at least that part of this thing I don't feel like I actually know anything about. Jake Loons. 1-star peeps, 5-star games. Hello. Mostly people that would read gossip magazines. Ooh, I remember those. What was the gossip magazine my mother used to get? Woman's Weekly? Woman's Digest or something? Blasty Blue, hello. Soto, hello. Hey, my name Hood. Hey, Nubalum. You're going to GP Vegas mid-November. Any suggestions for food? I have never gone to Vegas. However, I would eat food. A penumbra frog. Would being a lurker make for an unhealthy parasocial relationship? I don't think so. That's fine. You're just like enjoying the show. Well, there are many Oh yeah, we read that sentence. Okay. This is due to both its popularity as a live streaming platform as well as the limitations of the research that currently exists in relation to its viewers and performers, or personas. These two terms will be used interchangeably through the manuscript, which has an estimated 45 million unique viewers each month who spend an average of more than 100 minutes per day watching streams. That average number of minutes watched per day is really high. I guess it doesn't sound unbelievable to me, but like it simultaneously makes sense, and I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. And also at the same time, it's like, whoa, holy fuck, it's a lot of time. uh, Interesting. I sure do have a bottle of water that is 2 liters that I am drinking out of right now. Anyway, a lot of people watch streams while doing other things. Yeah, very true. Professor Worm, he gibbets. A lot of people watch streams like they listen to podcasts. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You've been watching streams for almost 600 minutes today. There are definitely, I would say my average for watching streams is less than 100 minutes per day, but I have a job where I can't watch a stream while I do it. I feel like a lot of people watch streams while they work. Arlo, thanks for the 3 months. Hey, Lemmer, Illinois. Or while they like do homework or something, if they're in college or high school or whatever. You keep Vogel. Hey, Maxwell Cameron. Hey, sorry for the bad pun. While many papers have explored the impact and influence of live streaming and the relationship between viewer and persona, the vast majority have done so focusing on this platform, Twitch. This paper will examine the existing literature about parasocial relationships and live streaming to make a case for how they engender unique parasocial relationships that differ in scope and influence as compared to our traditional understanding of this concept. It's sort of interesting that most of the papers are about Twitch when YouTube is a vastly more high traffic website. Like, presumably that's because Twitch has more reciprocity and interaction because it's built around a live stream rather than built around an uploaded video, even though YouTube now does have live streaming as well. And YouTube has YouTube is older than Twitch, it has more viewership, and it does have like comment sections and communities that build around channels somewhat. It's just like Twitch has done it in a much more explicit way. I don't know. He's Victor Wolf. Hey, Mr. Bob. Hey, Ramglove. Volcanic Hollow. Videos don't have direct interaction in the same way as stream plus chat. Yeah, it's very true. It's Interesting to watch YouTube channels where they really push their community though, where like every video they're like, hey, jump in the Discord, hey, check out the new stuff we're releasing on Patreon, hey, we have a new event coming up, hey, you know. And there are also YouTube channels which don't do that, but are tremendously, like, YouTube channels are often packaged in a way which very deliberately fits into your life regularly, in a way that Twitch streams aren't as well. Like, I don't bother to schedule my Twitch streams because I would actually cease to exist as a human being if I had to stream 6 hours a day, 5 days a week on a schedule. Like, there are days where I wake up and I'm like, well, I'm like about 70% today. And if I was going to work an office job, it would be like, whatever, I'll just go to my office job and sort of, what's the term? Like, phone it in that day or something. Like, phoning it in means calling in sick, right? So that's probably not the right one. Half-ass it, yeah. I twitched this for 3 years. If I wake up one morning and I feel like that for streaming, I do not try to half-ass streaming, because half-assing streaming, like, just doesn't go very well a lot of the time. It's like, half-assing streaming is very, like, dangerous. It feels like I could, yeah, it just doesn't feel like a safe or good thing to do. Homicidal Puppy, hello. Hey, Seski. Have I half-assed streaming, like, in my life? There are days when my mode of streaming is less focused on my audience, but I wouldn't say that I was half-assing that day. I would say that I was, like, full-assing in a slightly different manner. Generally, if I don't have the energy to stream, I don't stream. Hey, Masa. Anyway, where were we up to? The current understanding of PSRs doesn't adequately account for the reciprocity of the relationships between viewer and live streamer. I shouldn't scroll down so fast. You should be able to read what we're talking about while we're talking about it, probably. That is, traditional PSR theory does not sufficiently explain the nature of parasocial relationships that include some form of reciprocal two-way communication. A 2020 study on live streaming reported that 100% of those surveyed reported some degree of interaction between the live streamers that they watch and the streamers community, with 74% of them reporting a lot or constant interaction. I feel like that is... So I read up to this point. This was when I started thinking I should do this on stream and it would be interesting. That seems wrong. The 2020 study on live streaming reported that 100% of those surveyed reported some degree of interaction between the live streamers that they regularly watch and the streamers community. Oh, I was just reading the fucking sentence wrong. I'm the idiot. Never mind. I'm the idiot. I thought it was saying that 100% of those surveyed reported that they were interacting with the streamers or the community, which doesn't seem right at all. But what they're actually saying is that they see the streamer interacting with the streamer's community. Yes, that's right. Unless... I can think of a few streams that don't have interaction with the community almost at all. Like, it's legitimately just you're watching some person playing a video game and they don't talk to you. 100% still seems high. Yeah. And I wonder if that's something to do with how they selected the people getting surveyed, because maybe the people who want to watch a channel that's like literally just someone playing a game and not interacting are not going to answer a survey about live streaming. Anyway, it like sort of set off a flag with me where I was like, I'm not sure this is right. But now that I actually read it properly, I realize that I'm just not capable of reading the sentence properly the first time through, apparently. So 74% of them report a lot of constant interaction. Yep. This reciprocal interaction can have a significant influence on how the viewer perceives the nature of the PSR with the live streamer personality, as discussed by Penella Rutledge, director of the Media Psychology Research Center. Are you ready? Are you ready for this quote? This is exciting. I'm quoting someone. This journal has an impact factor of 6.8. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. I don't know about journals. So Kamish, hello. Bob Ross. Yeah, the Bob Ross stream is just reruns. That's true. There's no way that Bob Ross is interacting with his community. That guy is not alive anymore. Snoop Dogg has no interaction with his community. Does he actually have none? Or does he just like mostly have none? Do you think he's acting on his stream? Like, is he like, if he didn't have the stream on, would he be doing exactly the same thing? Or does the fact that his stream is on change his behavior in some way whatsoever? Do you think he's just literally doing exactly the same thing? Is he like, does it like make him stop picking his nose or something at least? Like, I feel like there has to be at least like a little bit of something. There was once a stream where he pretended to be playing but left his computer and someone else was playing for him. Okay, well, that is evidence that he is changing his behavior because the stream exists. even if the way that he's doing it there is very manipulative and dismissive of the stream, like it demonstrates that he is aware that it at least exists. I mean, of course he is, but like I was sort of curious if we could find an example of that being factual. Does stream stop me from picking my nose? I'll do like if my nose is itchy, I'll like do this, or I'll like grab a tissue and blow my nose and mute the microphone while I do. But I don't really like get in there, you know, while the stream is live. I feel like y'all don't really want to see that. Atrofax, how are you? All right, anyway. You remember a stream where the streamer forgot they were streaming and started making YouTube thumb shot photos? I have nightmares about doing stuff like that. We all get boogers, yeah, presumably. Unless there's like one person out there who doesn't. Anyway, from Panello, the visceral cues provided by the up close and personal nature of the videos help blur the line for viewers, allowing them to feel that there is a genuine bond with the host. You start to develop a one-sided relationship with that person where you feel like you really know that person. You feel a genuine bond with me, chat? Do you feel that you really know me? I think it's interesting. I think there are genuine bonds between me and viewers. Like some of you who have been here for like 3 years, like the ways that I would say that there are bonds there are like, I would, when you say something in chat, I'm going to interpret it positively. I'm going to trust your recommendations more. I like, if I met you at a convention, I would like immediately smile and feel happy. Hey Tyler, hey Calibro. On the other hand, you absolutely do not really know me as a person. Like you, I very deliberately have separation between me as a streamer and me as a human being because otherwise I would cease to function. Like that just isn't a realistic thing I can achieve. Because there are parts of my life that aren't appropriate to just like share on a stream, right? And so when I am on a stream, I am performing. So you know me as a performer. That's just, there isn't really a way for you to know me as a human being because your only interaction with me is when I'm performing. So like, how would you really? Mr. Pinchy Claw, thanks for 19 months. I try to make content which I try to make some content which pushes at that a little bit. Like, there's this amount of me that I'm comfortable sharing, but then also if I make a YouTube video and think about what I want to say pretty hard, I can get to this stuff a little bit for everyone. Because my goal is to be genuine, and like, I'm not trying to lie to my audience. There are just some thresholds of genuineness which aren't achievable. Hey, Oscar. Like, I need some privacy from the 100,000 people who follow my channel, or else I would not be happy. The title is full, unfortunately. Do I have an example of that? I have no real desire to start listing things that I'm not comfortable telling you about. Hey, y'alls, how are you? Iliar Saras, thanks for the prime. I guess an example would be that you know incredibly little about my family. At most, you know very surface level things that I have shared about, like, my childhood and the way that I interacted with my parents then, or something. You don't know anything about, like, the current physical health of my parents, for example, and you mostly never will. Hey, Vinegar. Although it's fine for what it's worth, because having said that, I feel like now you're all going to, well, not all of you, but I feel like some of you will be like, oh my god, what if Jorbs' parents are struggling with health issues right now and that's causing him stress and he's not. No, they're okay. I just, like, the reason I brought them up was that, like, my family is private. I'm not going to, like, make a, you know, you know what I'm saying. Hey, Jabab. Hey, Kissin. Hey, St. Nero. Just chatting streamers are way more about trading their personal experience and private information. Yeah, different people pick different boundaries, you know? Like, there's a boundary set somewhere, but different people set it in different places. Maybe there are even people who don't have any boundary related to that stuff, but I don't think so. I think I'm, like, quite transparent and authentic about my life, with healthy boundaries that I've worked out work for me. And I think that sometimes if someone is seeming like they're sharing more about their life, they're not necessarily telling you the truth. I'm not saying that everyone's lying to you or anything. I'm just saying, like, if someone's content is about their personal life, you have to understand that that is content they're creating about the personal life of their persona, sort of, which is certainly inspired by their actual life. But yeah, it's definitely curated. It may even be dishonest in, like, patternistic ways. It must be Dusty, Israel. I'm not trying to say that they're liars. I'm just trying to say, like, performers do have boundaries. Like, you're a different person when you're performing versus when you're a person and not performing. That's all I'm trying to say. Reality TV is scripted? No, that's not true. Hey, Lil Todd. Harry Helix, hello. Tom Seller, hello. You can maintain a facade while not lying. Yeah, very true. Some of the streaming houses are interesting. They seem to partially exist to manufacture this sort of content. Yes. And even within those streaming houses, I think a ton of the time people are just, like, chilling out by themselves for the evening because they're tired. But you don't see that. Like, that doesn't get published. what gets published from those streaming houses is like, holy shit, today everybody played paintball together and it was such a great time. Like, but that's like a once a week, once a month level social event where everybody was high energy coming in because this was a scheduled thing that they agreed to, sort of idea. That's not like how those people are all the time. Hey Felix, most people act different when there's a camera recording. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Grease Screamer, thanks for the prime. Real life, daily, real daily life is boring content. Yes, although there's something beautiful about boring content. Everything I describe about the experience as a streamer just feels like an elevated version of any relationship. We all put on performances and curate how we reveal ourselves to others. That is so true. That's very true. Yep, I agree. Hey, Osprey. You went through a breakup and the next day at work, your coworker was like, "Are you having a bad allergy reaction today?" And you were like, "Yes, that's it exactly." It's a beautiful little interaction. I don't know. Sad, but there's something beautiful about it. I wonder if they knew and they were just giving you an out. I like interactions where somebody like knows that something's up and they just like volunteer an out for you so that you can comfortably, you know, if you want to tell them what's going on, you can, but if you don't, they've already provided an easy way for you to deflect, which they are clearly not going to challenge. I think that's a high charisma strategy for human interaction. I have a lot of respect for people who constantly use high charisma strategies for human interaction. It's called code switching. Yes, code switching is very much a thing there. If you feel like someone forgot your name, you hop for it again or say it in passing so they don't have to ask. Yes, that's another high charisma based interaction for sure. Hey Johnny, hey Mulgubbin. High charisma is like 5. Hey, high charisma is whatever you're happy with. That's my opinion. You can be happy with who you are. Probably. We're getting very far away from the paper with that statement. Okay, back to the paper. For example, viewers can engage through chat room features that often come standard on live streaming platforms. Live streamers can engage with viewers by acknowledging the presence of an audience member, responding to their comments, taking suggestions about what to play. No, don't do cross out. Cross out. That is terrible. Terrible idea. Or asking and receiving advice about how to overcome a difficult obstacle in a game. What the? I mean, you can do that. Two of these things, like, here we go talking about boundaries, like, two of these things break my boundaries personally in what I'm comfortable exposing about my choices in streaming to my viewership. Am I backseating the paper a little bit? The most popular category of streams on Twitch is just chatting, or at least it was at this moment, which center on interpersonal engagement by both listening and responding to one's audience. That is the most generous interpretation of what the just chatting category on Twitch is that I have ever read. Okay. I mean, this is probably somewhat true. Yeah, I mean, that's probably somewhat true. I think it's easy to say that just chatting is woman wearing less clothing than might be appropriate and writing people's names on their flesh. But even when you do watch a woman who's getting attention in that way, I would say that it is usually true that they are listening and responding to their audience. So, and also having interpersonal engagement, I guess. there's a whole complex about that in the online psyche, I feel like. I don't know how to unwind it all. Anyway, a live streamer might not respond directly to every viewer's comment or remember all of the interactions, but the opportunity for reciprocity is omnipresent. This creates social opportunities to both witness and directly experience reciprocal communication with the media personality. It is important to note here that the potential for reciprocal communication can be just as powerful as the communication itself. Research has found that users will continue to follow their favorite online personalities, despite a lack of reciprocity, after attempts at receiving a response from them. That said, simply witnessing the media figure interact with other members of the community has been found to reinforce the connection one feels toward them. That said, interaction from the streamer with the chat is often encouraged. Engaging with one's audience fosters a sense of closeness and connection between viewer and performer and has been found to be an effective tool for cultivating a following and demonstrating one's realness to their audience. It was like working my way through this paragraph that I was like, I'm going to read this with my chat because it was like upsetting me to read this on my own. It was like some like scientific like pulling apart of what I do as a career framed in a game theoretical way for anyway, it just felt fucking weird. So I felt like hanging out with y'all while I read it. Eraser. You really want a different paper analyzing realness as a social currency? Be an interesting paper for sure. Quick, badly describe other careers. Eric, hello. Yeah. With my peers. Yes, you're all my peers in some way. You're my para peers. I think that someone asked, can you become a successful streamer by basing your understanding of streaming on a paper like this? And I think that a lot of stream coaches think that that's true. Like, I've definitely heard a lot of horror stories about stream coaches who have been like, yeah, whenever you start getting gifted subs, you should start crying to increase the emotional connection with your audience and get more subs. And it's like, actually, like, there's the ability to recognize that these sort of interactions are happening, and then there's the deliberate decision to exploit them to be as successful as possible, right? And these are two different things. And reading this paragraph feel like it's not quite at the second mode of that, but it like felt too close for it to me to feel comfortable reading it almost. Like, to me, this is a real interaction that I'm having with my community, which I have spent 6 years building. And so describing it in such a like medical and sterilized fashion just felt gross. Hey, Black Death. It also wouldn't work. Oh, it absolutely works. Are you kidding me? If I started crying right now, 100 subs straight away. Not a chance you could resist my tears. Hey, the Albion. Jorb's touching our shoulders for the extra bits. Absolutely. Prove it? No, I'm okay. It sounded very pickup artisty to me. Oh my god, yes. Yes. Oh my god. Pickup artists and strategy gaming communities have lots of overlap, like way too much overlap for comfort. Because pickup artistry is largely treating dating as a strategy game. That's like sort of the starting point of it. A little bit. Maybe not all the way, but it's like framing dating strategy as a male power structure, which there are correct manipulative strategies for winning inside, which is how a lot of people frame strategy games. And I do not like either of those things. All this time that you thought that I hated Twitch chat, was I just negging you? Maybe. I hope not. I don't hate you. Hey Jesse, there is a link to the article somewhere. Like there, for example. It's also hunting for weakness, yeah. One of the weirdest things that has happened to me in my life, and I still think about this and how weird it was when I first got a girlfriend in high school, and it was like late at night, and I had, snuck over to her place and we were making out. It's an incredibly personal memory that I'm sharing. Anyway, as I was falling asleep, I started thinking about the making out as a Magic the Gathering game, where it was I was trying to work out how to deal damage in order to create pleasure. This was how my because I played a lot of Magic the Gathering. This is how my subconscious brain interpreted the situation I was in. Am I a nerd because of the Magic the Gathering thing, or am I a stud because of having a high school girlfriend now? It's a paradox there. Anyway, it was a very, very, very strange experience, which I have never quite stopped thinking back to. It has not happened to me since high school, but I think there was some so strategy games live very heavily in my subconscious mind, and there was some my subconscious mind was learning about making out with girls, and this idea went into my subconscious mind, and 95% of my subconscious mind was Magic the Gathering or something. So that was the only thing there, perhaps. Oh my gosh. You've had this exact same experience. You have numbers from games running in your subconscious all the time, even in times like I just described. It happens all the time to you. Your mind is just so focused on numbers and math. Yeah, well, I mean, brains are weird. Brains are weird. Community affiliation. There is a strong sense of community affiliation fostered between a streamer and their community. Today, online communities are just a click away, and they can and do foster strong interpersonal relationships built on a shared interest. The sense of community that forms among viewers of a particular streaming personality reinforces the PSR with the streamer themselves, as well as contributes to its longevity. Okay. I'm interested where those claims, where exactly the support for those claims are, but they sort of make sense, sure. The sense of community affiliation is typically first fostered in the live chat that coincides with streaming. Here, the streamer and members of the community can engage and interact with each other through text. Well, I interact through audio, but sure. While the social bonds themselves create a sense of community, group identification and community affiliation is further intensified through co-experiences. For example, cheering on your favorite streamers that complete a particularly hard dungeon in a newly released video game. Can you backseat the paper? I don't mind it. Respectfully. One time you made a joke and people liked it and posted it in my Discord, which definitely added to the community element of it. Oh, that's cute. George doesn't engage through text, ergo he doesn't love us. You're right that I don't love you. This vicarious achievement harkens back to traditional PSR literature. Streaming fosters a strong sense of community affiliation that allows community members to feel part of the process when the live streamers successfully complete a challenge. This is reminiscent of traditional PSR literature that has found sentiments such as, I aspire to be this media figure, and I want a media figure to succeed, to be foundational to the identification a viewer has with the persona. I did read that part before I decided I wanted to read this on stream, and I was like, ha! I gotcha. Y'all pretend to be very standoffish and not to care about me that much, but I have a peer-reviewed scientific paper that says that you aspire to be like me and want me to succeed. GG. How does it feel? At the height of your Jorbs watching, you once had a dream where we were friends. Yeah, that happens. I have dreams like that. Humans have those dreams. Does that have a section on hate watchers? God, I hope so. While these communities may begin during live chats and streams, they are not limited to live broadcasts, as they often extend to other third-party instant messaging services, e.g. Discord, where members can communicate with voice and video calls, text messaging, and media file distribution within the space of a server channel created by the media personality and populated by members of their community. Viewers not only follow the online personalities on their primary content platform, but also any additional outlets where they may be present. Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram. This transmedia experience allows for continued interaction with the streamer and their community members. I think about that a decent amount. I'm on Twitter more than I used to, and I notice that like the going live tweets that people make actually do cause me to watch their Twitch more than I would otherwise. Like I'm scrolling my Twitter with nothing to do and someone's like, I'm going live, and I'm like, oh, I want to say hi to them and watch their channel for a bit. Maybe I should do going live tweets. I don't know. Hey Varden Salad, hey ECL Nano. Raziel, hello. Hey Zaychik. If someone wanted to be like me but not succeed, I mean, success is bullshit. Not succeeding is success. In fact, realizing that you don't have to succeed is even more successful than succeeding, I would argue. This is, I believe, peer-reviewed. I believe it was, like, approved yesterday. I do have the Jorbs News Network to inform people when I'm going live. Yeah, I lost the login information to that and can't be bothered getting it back. The Discord notifications bring you here a lot of times you otherwise wouldn't. That's what they're for, I guess. AVPPBM. You're imagining someone who has never heard about streaming learning about it for the first time from this paper? I feel like, I don't, like, it's an okay paper, I would say. Like, very few of the things that it has said have struck me as wrong. So far, there are a few things where I'm like, that's a little shallow, or like a little too confident or something, but for the most part, this all makes sense to me. Obviously, it's all about parasocial relationships rather than being all about streaming, which is not the same thing. Parasocial relationships are a subsection of what streaming is like, though. As noted in the previous section on reciprocal communication, the sense of community affiliation is not exclusively one-directional, despite the parasocial nature of the relationships between the live streamer and community members. When a viewer becomes affiliated with the community, they become part of a larger social group. The community is initially fostered by a shared adoration for the streamer. I think y'all just wanted to post copy pastas. And provides viewers the opportunity both directly and indirectly to communicate with the persona themselves in digital spaces. While the relationship between viewer and performer are not necessarily reciprocal within these communities, affiliation with the community itself provides a sense that reciprocity is now possible. These online communities function as a practical tool for viewers to extend their bonds with parasocial characters, which in and of itself can reinforce the relationship and its longevity. Interestingly, an interaction between community members and not the media personality directly can even contribute to a stronger sense of community affiliation and consequently fandom for the streamer, as discussed in the following section. That makes sense. Like, I think what this is saying is that there are Discord communities or subreddits or whatever, and people go on them. And one of the reasons that they do that is maybe that like a streamer that they like has one where people talk about the streamer's content. It felt like there were a lot of adoration is an interesting word. It felt like there were a lot of like assumptions about exactly why that's happening all the time here. And I feel like the stuff which surrounds a stream is not pre-packaged. It's not the same for every stream, and it's not the same for every streamer or every community. Our Discord exists because one of my viewers made a Discord for me, and then I sort of liked it. And that was the first time I installed Discord. And I belong to a lot of other Discord servers, but I don't like ever read them. So I don't really use Discord except to like chat in the Discord that I have and talk to friends who use Discord. So I don't know what it's like to be in somebody else's Discord community really, because I've never actually done that. Certain types of people self-select into certain interaction types in certain communities. Yeah, probably. Like some people just want a Discord community where they can talk about strategy games and hang out with chill people in an inclusive environment. And they might go to my Discord even if they never talk to me or have any interest in me at all. When I see like who's in voice chat in my Discord and stuff, like sometimes it's people whose usernames I've never seen before, and it's like, wait, what? Like, it's sort of, it's not, to some extent it is like a sub space of my channel, but in other ways it's a it's like its own community which is adjacent to my channel and which I have a role in as a, like I own the server and am a full power moderator and announce when my stream goes live. Use my Discord channel to just post Storybook Brawl wins. Hey, that's one of the things it's there for. I found my tone very ASMR, so my YouTube vids are great to help battle insomnia. A lot of people enjoy my voice for that. You should check out Bedtime Jorbs, where it is just me reading bedtime stories, although I need to record more videos for that. I have been delinquent. I have been a bad content creator and haven't read the next chapter of Alice in Wonderland. Need to do that at some point. Okay, where was I up to? I'm like the owner of a terrarium watching his ants construct a statue of Kim Kardashian. It's not exactly what it's like, but it's so specific that I appreciate the analogy. There exists a Jorbs as an infamous Spire Slayer who is distinct from Jorbs, the guy who fosters this community. What was that in response to? That's very true. There are people who know about me because they care about Slay the Spire. And so you start from a place of, I care about Slay the Spire, and if you care about Slay the Spire, one thing that happens as a consequence is you hear about Jorbs, because you're like asking, how should I beat this boss's silent? And someone's like, check out Jorbs' video. So you hear about me because you care about Slay the Spire. There are also people who just like care about my content or care about me or care about falling asleep at night and find that I have a nice voice and that helps them or something. There are lots of other reasons that you might. There are lots of other base cares that might land you in the audience. In general, it's like sort of tiring for me if you're here because you care about Slay the Spire. And I'm not saying, I mean, probably if you're watching this, you're here because you care about my thoughts on other things somewhat, but like I'm not saying that the people who care about Slay the Spire who watch my channel are like a bad thing. It's just like when I sit down to play Slay the Spire, it is with the knowledge that I'm going to be interacting with a lot of people who care about Slay the Spire and are here as a consequence, but don't care about me that much. And that like makes the workload different in weird ways, and the emotional load of performing for the audience different. Where performing for people who are here because they care about something else that I want to do or care about me myself is nicer. I'm getting weirdly emotional saying this. It's like usually it's weird that I'm getting emotional about this right now because usually I can like talk about this without feeling emotional about it, but for some reason it's currently emotional for me. Hey Baralicious. Hey Karayaga. Thanks Alangar. Hook him with the content, then hold him with the content of the stream itself. There's definitely like strategizing you can do about like this is how people will discover my channel. Once they discover my channel, this is what will be there. And this is how I will take them from discovering my channel to liking the thing that's actually on the channel. Just winding up to get my 100 subs? Yeah, maybe. It's nice I get a named puppy. Oh, that Minecraft experience for me was so good. The stream coach told him to say that. Yep. Absolutely. Infamous. I mean, use my brain in a way that is useful to you trying to understand how to use your own brain. That's good. I'm down for that. I have no problem with that being what I'm for you. Alright. Relationships with other community members in these spaces also serve as an opportunity to feel connected to the media personality and extend one's social network with others who share the same affinity for any particular micro-celebrity. I need to read that sentence again. Relationships with other community members. So you're talking with another viewer in the Discord. You have an opportunity to feel connected to the media personality because of that. I don't understand why exactly. And you extend one's social network with others who share the same affinity for any particular micro-celebrity. So by interacting in the Discord community, you're becoming friends with other people who like my channel. And because of that, you are deepening your engagement with my channel. It makes logical sense. Talking about a shared hobby, sure. These extended social networks serve to enhance the interests that originally united the members, socially reinforce the sense of community affiliation, and promote the longevity of the relationship. Something as small as discussing topics related to a favorite micro-celebrity and or expressing affection can intensify an individual's commitment to the online community. Sukup, 2006. 2006? $2006. Did we even have the internet then? Wow. That's like the actual Dark Ages. Research is fucking old, yeah. Hey Akron, hey Slip Repeat. Hey Kane. AIM instead of Discord, yeah. The finding seems correct-ish. I mean, it makes sense, right? I think longevity has come up a couple of times, and I don't really understand why that's true. So I don't quite get that. Maybe I should delve into one of the papers about longevity. I know that in my own relationships with media, like, what predicts longevity for me is mostly that the media continues to serve the purpose that I have for it. So, for example, if I watch a channel and it's because I'm really interested in a game right now and I want to learn some of the strats for it, there is incredibly little chance that I'll keep watching that channel for more than a week or two. Whereas on the other hand, if I watch a channel because it's calming content and I enjoy winding down for the evening while watching that channel, I might watch that channel for 10 years very easily. I've been watching like Peter Svidler's chess commentary for more than 10 years, as an example. And I have never been part of a micro community about Peter Svidler in any way. Or even like a chess community, honestly. It's just like, that's a thing that I like doing, and that's why it has longevity for me. So I find this claim that being part of a community that's about the content creates longevity sort of hard for me to relate to from my own life. Does that make sense to you? I don't know. Why am I doing this? I just think it's interesting. Somebody sent it to me and I started reading it and I was like, oh, I should do this on stream. I'm going to assume from the lack of responses that either it doesn't make sense to you or the internet died. I'm not attempting to enter a parasocial relationship with that chess content creator. Ironically, Peter Svidler and I are now like actual friends. So ironically, yeah. You can disappear from channels you like for months at a time and then come back again. Yeah, which is a beautiful thing. I like that people can do that. I do that myself. You're all deep in the thought. Is that bubbly water? Yes, it is. Hey, Frederick. You're an isolated person. Your friends do need interaction to keep interest a lot. Maybe it's a different sort of interaction that's being spoken about. Maybe like that matters for a community like, I don't know, Trains or something, where his community is based around like podcasts and interactions with his personality largely. Maybe people need a place to keep talking about that to keep being interested in it. I don't know. I don't quite get that one. I think longevity in the context is the parasocial relationship extending for a longer time. Anyway, these online communities, also maybe it's like a few hours versus a few weeks, in which case it's a completely different scale from what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about like whether someone watches my channel for a month or a year or 6 years, which is very different. I wonder how many people who have been watching my channel for 6 years stayed because there was a Discord server. That doesn't make any sense to me. I can't think of anyone who likes my content enough to watch it for 6 years for whom the make or break thing was me having a Discord server. Me having YouTube uploads seems like a thing that does that. T Joel? 3 years here and you don't use the Discord at all? Do I want to make a poll? Not really. I don't trust polls. I spent too long studying statistics to think that a voluntary response poll on Twitch would be useful in any way. It's more like an engagement tool than it is a measure of truth. Twitch polls. IMO. Anyway, these online communities also provide the streamer with unique opportunities to engage with and relate to their audiences. Traditional PSRs only allow for one-way communication that does not facilitate an audience response. However, online communities that form around live streaming personalities allow the media figures to actively engage with their viewers and facilitate various kinds of interactions. Research has found that this opportunity for interaction through multiple online platforms fosters a stronger sense of community and attachment to the media personality. This in and of itself blurs the line of what has traditionally been called parasocial to social by allowing more connection and genuine emotion with online media personalities. That all made sense, I think. I don't know if that seemed succinct and accurate, probably. Can't I just work here? I think the error is to think about that as a conscious decision where a server might serve as something that helps form a habit or gives a place to return to that keeps you around. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Is it genuine emotion on the part of viewer or celebrity? Oh. I don't know. I read it as being on the part of the viewer, but that doesn't make sense because I don't imagine that viewers have fake emotions about content creators. So I guess genuine emotion is on the part of the online media personality. But that's also probably true. The fact that I can talk to everyone on Discord does mean that I can share real emotional connection with people there. You often don't know if you're performing or being genuine in a friendship. That can be tough. Definitely, I know people. So I'm very myself. I don't really code switch a ton in interactions with different people, for example. I don't generally change who I am based on the situation that I'm in. But I know a lot of people who do that a lot more. And it comes up actually quite often because I'm very me. And so they'll mention when I hang out with you, I'm very different from when I hang out with other people. Which is cool. But I've also had people express to me that that's hard for them. It's hard to separate who you actually are from who you are when you're in a certain relationship. Does this mean I speak to my parents the same way as I do to my closest friends? Trying to imagine speaking to my parents and friends after 2 years of the coronavirus right now. I have parents who have treated me like capable adult since I was 8 or something. That's a bit of an over-exaggeration, but I had a childhood where my parents respected me a lot and did things asked for my opinion on things when I was a kid. And we have a fairly open and frictionless ability to talk to each other. So I think if I treat them differently from my friends, it would be because they don't know the same things about me as my friends do. They don't know about Slay the Spire and my friends do, although my parents watch my channel sometimes, so they do know as much as they do about Slay the Spire. It's an interesting question. I think that the differences in how I relate to different people are more about how much of me they know than they are about me changing who I am tonally, though, if that makes sense. Hey, Fredford. Yeah, I shaved today. Your girls are very young still. You hope in the years to come they'll feel comfortable with open communication. Me too. Hey, Mena. Code switching isn't necessarily faking things sometimes and showing your real side other times. You can be genuine with who you are in different ways depending on the situation. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I agree. Maybe I was using code switching too broadly there. when what I really wanted to say was that, like, I know people who feel like they aren't genuine in some situations because they, like, feel pressured to be something else. Anyway, fandom. Traditionally, discussions about parasocial relationships differentiate themselves from discussions of fandom. This is because fandom is often framed as a form of fanaticism or worship. Oh, we're up to what I actually have. Okay. I need Jorb's birds in chat. Whereas parasocial relationship is more of a sense of perceived friendship bonds between the personality and the viewer. However, the glorification of personas is a key component of the communities that are generated in and around online personas and live streaming personalities. Why are we talking about glorification of personas? Maybe we find out more about that later. I think it's trying to say that, like, parasocial relationships or personalities like streamers like sort of resemble fandoms a little bit. Maybe we'll see though. I don't quite get where this paragraph's going yet. Traditionally, being a fan is defined as a person who invests time and energy into thinking about or interacting with a media, text, object, or person. In the digital era, this includes live streamers. Fandom is often what brings in viewers initially, and then holds the potential for viewers to establish relationships with their community members. The popularization of streaming has created personalities, communities, and fandoms around them. That's interesting. Fandom is often what brings in viewers initially. How did they become fans then? Maybe it's saying they become fans first and then they form a parasocial relationship afterwards? Hey, Meeblin. Bolt down. On cat, hello. So saying like somebody becomes a fan of Slay the Spire and becomes a fan of me on YouTube because of that, and then they go from there to jumping into the Twitch chat and saying hi, I think is what it's saying. That makes sense. Discussions of fandom in the context of live streaming supports research. I think it's saying that that often happens, not that that's the only thing that happens. Because there are definitely lots of other ways that people show up on my channel. Discussions of fandom in the context of live streaming supports research that has found people choose to watch streams based on the streamer and not the game that is being played. That is, the streamer and their community are more important in keeping them engaged than whatever game may be the focus of the stream. I think that's sometimes true and sometimes not. I don't know why we needed a paper on that. Anyway, yeah, sometimes that's true and sometimes that isn't true. Fandom has also been found to mediate the relationship between sense of community and different gratifications or benefits acquired from watching streams, namely relaxing entertainment, expressive information sharing, and escapism. These are the 3 things you get? That's it? We've stripped what I provide for the world down into 3 categories. Can you repeat that, please? Relaxing entertainment, expressive information sharing, and escapism. I just love that escapism is the last, like, it's like a haiku or something. It's quite beautiful. Fans of other streamers become fans of you if there's a connection. Oh, that's definitely true. There are definitely like networks of Twitch channels which people travel across and around. You love getting expressive information sharing? Alright, that's good. You think Jorb stream is 1% escapism? For you or for everybody? Okay. In other words, viewers who are watching any particular stream to relax, commiserate with the social community, and escape for a while reported a higher parasocial relationship with the streamer and greater amounts of fandom for the streamer. And thus, a stronger parasocial relationship with them predicted a higher sense of community. Wait, that last clause, where does that attach to? Viewers who were watching any particular stream to relax predicted a higher sense of community. Okay, I see. So there are other things that people might be watching my stream for, but there's no scientific proof that that increases higher sense of community, I think. I don't know, whatever. I find in general it interesting that this paper just doesn't like it doesn't speak truth to the idea that there are people lurking on women's channels fantasizing about dating them, really. Because when I think about parasocial relationship for streamers, that's like a huge thing. Like, I think about the extremes, right? Like, there's one extreme here, there's one extreme here, there's one extreme here, there's one extreme here. And so I want to see the paper like acknowledge the processes that lead to different extremes. And oh, you think that's escapism? To like, God, it feels gross to me to call that escapism. I'm just like not willing to do that somehow. Anyway, maybe you're right. Maybe it's just escapism. It feels gross to me to call that escapism because it feels like it denies the existence of those women as real human beings. Like, escapism should be to something that isn't like relevant and real. Like, I would call watching a chess game escapism, but like watching and fantasizing about a woman who streams being escapism just feels really gross. Hey, Bloods Twitch. Hey, Goiflin. Yeah, that's exactly why it's gross, Goiflin. That's, yeah. But anyway, still, coming back to this, I find it interesting that the paper doesn't like name that behavior and say that it exists, and also possibly that it's gross. Anyway, maybe we'll get up to that later, I don't know. It is important to note that the size of the streaming audience might have an impact on the perception of fandom. While many streamers and audience members refer to themselves as a community, other streamers have indicated that they consider their audience members to be fans. While it is unclear what contributes to these differences in categorization, it is possible that it is related to differences in community size. For example, streamers are not always able to respond to all interactions from their audiences, particularly when there are many viewers present. However, parasocial relationships are still fostered through parasocial interactions via the streamer's presence and ethos on stream. Additional research is needed to determine if the differences in how these communities are conceptualized by the streamer are due to size. That is, whether it is related to the fact that streamers with smaller communities likely have more of an opportunity to engage with their communities and call them as such, whereas larger streamers may consider their audiences fandoms. So 32 months, Bidoof Boy. Hey, Skyfrog lore. It's fun. I'm enjoying it. Oh, interesting, Yuki. Living vicariously through somebody else's actions. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I think in my experience as a streamer, I've definitely seen like parasocial relationship versus fandom. I have it myself, right? I have people who are in my Twitch chat chatting with me, and then I also have people who are on some subreddit that's unrelated to my channel talking about me. And that's a difference between someone who is forming a parasocial relationship with me versus someone who is part of my fandom. And my fandom is not necessarily positive about everything I do. Like, they might be complaining, like, oh, Jorbs' videos nowadays are nowhere near as polished as they used to be, sort of thing. Like a complaint from my fandom. So I can definitely relate to the idea that there are viewers who are part of my fandom and there are viewers who are starting to form parasocial relationships within that fandom. I don't know that, like, I come back to the point at the start, which was that parasocial relationships in the 50s or whatever were entirely devoid of reciprocity. And I come back to that point because when that point was made, something that stood out to me was like, for the person who is the target of the parasocial relationship, they are capable of filling their entire life 24/7 with reciprocity through those relationships if they want. Like, the nature of a parasocial relationship isn't necessarily that there's no reciprocity, it is that it's a one-to-many relationship. And so the person who there is only one of, or the group that there's only one of, if it's to like Critical Role or something, they only have a non-infinite amount of energy with which to participate in all of these relationships. And so they end up being parasocial because one of the parties in the relationship isn't there for it much of the time, or even any of the time at all. And so for me, like, the obvious thing here is if you have a stream where there are 10,000 viewers all the time, obviously that person is not going to be able to be as present for as many of those relationships as if you're in a stream where there are 100 viewers all the time. That's just like numerical, right? Nordexa, I don't know about escapism. Yeah, Poison Burger, yeah. You're okay, Blitz. So one thing that I think happens as you get better at streaming, more experienced at streaming, is that if you decide that you want to do a good job of having relationships with your community, which is often a thing that streamers who succeed at streaming do, it's not always the case. Like, there are streamers who succeed without having many relationships with their community at all. But a lot of streamers who want to succeed at streaming get better at having relationships with their community. And I would say that in my own career as a streamer, this is something that I decided I wanted to be part of my job. I wanted to have real relationships with people in my community. And those relationships end up being parasocial in nature because there's only one of me and there's lots of people in my community, but I want to have them and I put honest and genuine effort into them, into like participating and talking with people in Discord or making videos that are authentic and genuine and speak to questions that people have for me and things like that. And so as I worked on that, I got better at it, right? But I never got to a point where I could keep that feel for more than 2,000 concurrent viewers, basically. Like, the most concurrent viewership that I've had on this channel without a host is like 4,500 people or something. And that wasn't like a one-off event thing. That was like I was building up to that over the month of a Spire challenge. And so I like saw it coming. And there's definitely a noticeable change in how running the channel works for me, somewhere in the like 2,000 to 3,000 viewer range, where I'm no longer having that like parasocial relationship feel with the viewers anymore. Chat stops feeling comfy and starts feeling hostile. Like, it's full of like strangers who I don't know that well, who don't understand me or my boundaries or what I like. They don't understand which jokes are gonna land and which aren't. Stuff like that. And like, even going above 2,000 though, some of that is that there wasn't enough time to establish that connection. Like, there's work that I can put in to establish more and more of these connections with more and more viewers over time. Honk. And so yeah, I would say that that's like the mechanism that I have observed in my career, is that I started off and like it was overwhelming for me to keep up with 10 people when I had 10 viewers. Like, I just wasn't very good at it yet and didn't understand how to set boundaries or how much of my brain to attach to different people, which things were important to remember and which things I didn't have to worry about so much, stuff like that. And then as I streamed more and more, I got better and better and better at it and got to a point where I can manage this much, but don't feel like I can manage much more than that. Did Outer Wilds chat feel hostile at a low viewer count? No, but that was because like the Outer Wilds community is incredibly comfy. Just very, very comfy. Um, so yeah, that's my read on that. Is that like there are some streamers who want to have like feelings of parasocial relationships in their community, and the level to which that exists is based on how much work they put into it, largely, in my opinion. And then there are other streamers who don't really care that much about that. I think if you look at the streamers who run very large channels, largely they have moved away from caring very much about one-to-one parasocial relationships. And if they do care about being authentic with their viewers and stuff, they've done a lot of one-to-many sort of content to achieve that, which is something that I've tried to do more and more. This is sort of one-to-many content to achieve a parasocial relationship. I'm working my way through something which is complex and interesting and speaks directly to what I do. So, yeah. But you see like people tweeting about their day and stuff. That's a very low effort one-to-many interaction, which can cause a parasocial relationship to start to form, compared to responding to someone directly in Discord, which is a much more energy per interaction thing to do. Yeah, a little bit rectify. Isn't too bad. Wishful identification is the idea that streamers are aspirational figures to the viewers in their community. That is, viewers picture the streamer as a role model and want to imitate them. Hofner and Buchanan, 2005. What streamers are they studying in 2005? Admittedly, this feature is not unique to streaming. Traditional celebrity figures are often considered aspirational figures. Research has found the role of wishful identification to be a predictor of the strength of the parasocial relationship and viewer loyalty for live streamers specifically. In turn, wishful identification is an important predictor of viewer loyalty and whether or not viewers develop a parasocial relationship with the streamer. In other words, some parasocial relationships with streamers may be stimulated by wishful identification. I think that this is like, yes, I think this is absolutely a thing, and I sort of hate that it's a thing because I don't have much desire to be an aspirational figure. And the reason I don't have much desire to be an aspirational figure is that I have like self-doubt and criticism as a central pillar of my personality, which sounds very negative, but it's not for me. Like, I like that about me. I like that I don't think that I have it all worked out because it allows me to keep on improving as a human being. And I think that the people who resonate best as aspirational figures present themselves as having it all figured out. You spring mute. But if a viewer is aspiring to be more critical of themselves, well, then eventually I guess you can get to a point where you wishfully identify with me, maybe. But I don't know. Maybe. So I definitely see people succeeding as streamers because people are aspiring toward them. And I see that they are having more success than me just because they're basically being more confident about things that I believe anyway. I just don't trust the things that I believe. And so I'm not like getting on a podcast and confidently stating that I think this and this and this and this, which maybe are things that I would say if I was forced to and someone asked me directly, but I just like don't feel comfortable doing that thing because I think that my opinion might change in the future, or I think that my opinion is not, it definitely isn't like vetted to a point where I'm comfortable stating it to thousands of people at once, in a confident way. That's a huge thing to do, to tell thousands of people at once that you think something. There are limited things which I'm comfortable talking about in that way, but they're very limited. He lost Zote. Yeah, we're a comfy channel here. We're all getting old too. Hey Karthos. Hey Gipples. So anyway, I sort of like, I don't know, I dislike wishful identification, I guess. I don't like it. Just on like a personal level, I dislike it, and I dislike it that it's in this space. But it's like a reality, so it's just like a reality that I don't like very much. I can relate very much to the fact that this exists, and also I don't like it. The unique elements of wishful identification in the context of live streaming comes from the fact that streaming allows for greater opportunities to engage as a community member. For example, esports research has indicated that many people watch esports athletes not only for entertainment, but also because they can use this experience to increase their own in-game performance. Ah! Sure they can. Yeah, that's why I watched Faker. Streamers and community members can instruct and socialize with newcomers as they learn. I mean, it's true, but also the idea that someone watches Bjergsen with the belief that they're going to become Bjergsen is funny to me. As the newcomer improves, they can contribute as a part of the community about their own suggestions while welcoming other newcomers. Due to the limitations in direct feedback or reciprocal communication with the viewers, this kind of motivation has not been found to be important for watching traditional sports broadcasts. It is possible that this can stimulate the sense of wishful identification and social connection that the viewer feels for the live streamer, particularly in the context of esports. That makes sense. That's one of the like analogies that I often use to describe what streaming is to people. It's like if you were watching football, but you also had a direct conversation going on with Peyton Manning as he was like playing quarterback, and you could like send him pictures of your feet. Which definitely like changes the stakes of the interaction somewhat. You did get a lot better at Slay the Spire from watching me stream because you used to value cards differently than you did before watching me. Yeah, I mean, it's real. You can get better at a game by watching someone who's good at the game play the game. It's interesting the idea that you can't do that for a sports broadcast, though. I wonder if sports broadcasts are just sort of shit. Like, maybe you should be able to do that with a sports broadcast and they just don't show you the important stuff. Trying to imagine like a baseball game broadcast which was presented with the intention of helping like a college or like a high school varsity baseball player maybe get better at the game. Like what would that baseball broadcast look like? It would presumably look a lot different. Hey T-Peaks. You get better at sports during practice. You'd get better by watching pros practice. That makes sense, like seeing their practice routines and stuff. You feel like the authors never heard of bathtub streams? Yeah. Yeah. Hey Bromley. They all have some aspect of this with their experts analyzing specific points, but the skill level is aimed at people who will never play. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. I often feel like there's a desire for a viewer of a sports broadcast to be taught about how to play the sport, but they have people who aren't very good at teaching you that in the broadcast booth by choice, like deliberately. There's like a way that you talk about sport, and that thing that you say is right about the sport is culturally believed to be true, but it's not actually what is right about the sport. So like in baseball with Moneyball, in football with the 2-point conversion, I think there are lots of examples of like something being clearly correct to do in a sport, but there is a contextual belief that it is incorrect. Or like it's too risky. Like it's often an emotional argument. It's too risky, it's not traditional. it's inappropriate. Um, there's like this culture of how sports are meant to be played, which sometimes goes against how you should play them to win at them. Pull the goalie in hockey, yeah, it's another one. Ever since the Daily and Daily ended, you have wanted content of someone that can adequately describe what is happening in high levels of play. Well, I'm glad that I do that for you. That's cool. Morale is important too, though. But morale should be tied. Like, the reason that morale is tied to that is because of this culture where that's the thing that morale should be tied to, right? Like, if our culture of talking about these sports was like, well, this is the correct play to try to win, it's okay to risk and fail. Like, if these were the messages that we sent in our conversations about sport, what gave a player higher morale would be different when they were playing in their sport, I think. Yes, also perhaps morale isn't actually a real thing. Like, morale seems like a thing that makes a lot of sense as you're sitting at home watching a sport, maybe, but I feel like if you are a professional athlete and have been for 15 years and you go out on the court and shoot some hoops, like maybe morale is not massively affecting your ability to do that over the course of the night. Like maybe this person who's been doing this professionally for a career as one of the best in the world for 15 years has learned how to do it well, even if they're feeling slightly bad. Maybe. Like it seems like they would have to me. Hey, lamb shakies. All right, we've gotten very distracted. Emotional engagement. A unique element of the parasocial relationships with live streamers is the level of emotional engagement the viewers report with the streamer and their associated community. Broadly speaking, emotional engagement refers to viewers' intrinsically motivated involvement and enthusiasm for participation. So there's higher emotional engagement in a live stream than in other media. Sure. The fundamental human need for belonging. That's that's the first time that a statement like that has been made in this paper, I feel like. I get so uncomfortable reading like psychology papers where there's just this tremendous broad claim about what it means to be a human, and then if you look like 50 years ago, it's like, oh, 50 years ago we claimed that completely different things were fundamentally important for humans. And then you look 50 years back and it's like, oh, 50 years ago we believed that everyone wanted to fuck their mother. It's like I just don't feel like psychology as a field has a track record that makes me trust huge claims like this all the time. Anyway. You definitely think sports people can tilt. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. The fundamental human need for belonging can be satisfied through the emotional engagement of parasocial relationships. Oh, that's even more of a claim. Can it? Satisfied? Can it? Wow. Really? I don't trust that. Viewers build deeply emotional relationships with these characters despite the unlikelihood of direct interaction to occur. Emotional engagement has been found to stimulate parasocial relationships with streamers and provide social comfort to viewers, particularly for those going through difficult times. Emotional engagement is a critical component to understanding how PSRs and PSRs with live streamers in particular have been linked to tangible social and emotional benefits. This is discussed in more detail in the implications section below. Okay. Thanks for the 2 years, Extreme. Yeah, same. Same, me too. BRB hopping onto OnlyFans to check. Psychologically, is there an aspect that watching streams is addictive for the same reason that slot machines are? There's a really intermittent reward in the form of reciprocal interaction. I think so. I think that's real. There are also notifications. There's a notification economy that sort of resembles a slot machine. Like you have a delayed gratification when you hit sub, for example. There's a 5-second wait. And you're not sure what the streamer is going to say exactly when they see your sub message, or if they'll, yeah, like, yes. There are a number of slot machine mechanisms existent in Twitch and in live streaming. Dopamine. So my thought on this is yes, absolutely you can get some emotional engagement and a feeling of belonging from a online streamer's community, and it can have tangible social and emotional benefits. I think that's 1,000,000% true. In fact, when I go to therapy, my therapists comment that they have viewers who watch streams for their own mental health. So I've had 2 different therapists express a lot of interest in learning what my job is like, because I'm on like the other side of an interaction that a lot of their clients have, where a lot of their clients have talked about watching streamers to help with their mental health. But I think that saying like the word satisfied is too much, and the fundamental human need for belonging can be satisfied. It's too much. Like, there is something deeply incomplete and lacking about filling all of your need for belonging with an online streamers community where you have a parasocial relationship with the streamer. It just like, it's not enough. And I think that there are like constant mental health consequences of trying to get all of that out of a community like this. So maybe these papers go into that, but reading this paragraph, that just sort of stuck out to me. It's an attempt to satisfy it, yeah. ICR, CHR. Thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. What if you build more typical relationships with the rest of the community? Yes. No, I think that's a real thing. It's just this paragraph doesn't say that. So, no, I think that can be a real thing. Like, you can make real friendships in my Discord, and from that find someone to play games with and chat with at night and become good friends and get married or something. I don't know. You do you. That's very real. I just feel very uncomfortable with the claim that a parasocial relationship with me can fulfill your human need for belonging. Like, is that what it was? Belonging? Yeah. I don't think so. Savable, thanks for the prime. Your bro got married by an MMO. I have a good friend who started playing World of Warcraft with this woman who was married to someone else, and then they like really got into it on World of Warcraft, and she left her husband and he moved to a different country, and now they have a kid. It's like, all right. Okay, World of Warcraft. I see. It's like the absolute polar opposite of what you think about when you hear that someone plays World of Warcraft, right? All right, anyway. Being there but without the kid. Is this a happy story? Yes. Yes, actually it is. Like, she was not happy with her previous marriage and he fell in love with her. It's a happy story. A happy story with a touch of sadness, as all human life tends to have. Presence as a psychological state in which the virtuality of experience is unnoticed. Is that meant to be is? Presence is a psychological state in which the virtuality of experience is unnoticed? That sentence just like isn't a sentence as written. That is, it is a state where the lines between real and virtual become blurred. The fluidity between host and audience in live streaming venues creates a space that is high in presence. Okay, I don't understand what this paragraph says. Let me try this again. Supplement would be a better word than satisfy. Yeah, I agree. I think you can develop like an unhealthy dependency on a streamer for your human contact, basically, is what came up for me when I was reading that last paragraph. The virtuality of experience is unnoticed. The lines between real and virtual become blurred. Hey, Captain Falcon. Hey, Astro Spuds. Where'd your Prime sub go? You still have a hat in my screen. Hey, Genitalia. Like, we're there reading this paper with me. Oh. You know how when you tell D&D stories, you end up talking about how you did the things? Presence is that. Aww. Hey, Zenarath. Hey, Inkaruga. Yeah. Yeah. Not a long-term solution, agree. You know what's scary about the idea that a parasocial relationship could fulfill someone's sense of human belonging? What's scary about that is that Facebook will try to monetize it. Like, someone at Facebook reading this paper reads that paragraph and is like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna make so much money off this. So I'm like, I like have a violently negative reaction to that sort of claim because like, no, absolutely not. Humans have to have like honest, symmetrical interactions with each other in order to fully feel fulfilled as human beings. Please do not try to create an online virtual world in which you can just monetize everything. Fuck off. Anyway, that's not the fault of the authors of this paper. Do I mean Meta? No, I mean fucking Facebook. That's the name that they have for me. Is there, comrade? Yamikatsalu. When you die, I have your permission to monetize you. Thank you. How much do you think I can get for that permission if I like auction it right now? 350. Although much of the literature categorizes presence as a broad concept, there are several subtypes of presence. Physical presence, in which individuals perceive virtual objects as actual physical objects. Okay. Social presence, which includes the idea that virtual beings are actual social people. Okay. And self-presence, a reality where individuals perceive virtual selves as actual self. Okay. Interesting. Of those, I don't know if I can relate to any of those. And I've played video games my entire life. Including like sizable open world RPGs like Morrowind and stuff. Maybe I had a little bit of perception of virtual self as actual self playing Morrowind as like a young teenager. The D&D example seems good for that last one. Yeah, but I don't actually perceive my D&D character as me. I just... Wait. Oh my god. Sir Lancelot, hello. Hey, rank. So, well, the thing is, I am me when I'm playing my D&D character. That seems like a bad example because my D&D character is legitimately just me saying I do something. Like that's actually truthfully what it is. Whereas when I'm playing like Skyrim, I have this character who I created in character creation and they are walking around and doing quests in the game and stuff. And it's very clear to me that that's a different thing. I think there's a principled argument for making satisfaction of fulfillment into a market, but it's true it sounds horrifying. Yep. Yup. Playing a female character in Final Fantasy XIV was a large part of what led you to realize you were trans. That makes sense. It seems like a cool and empowering experience to have with a video game. I've never connected to characters like that. Like, I play characters who are men, I play characters who are women, and I don't really connect in any way with what the gender of my character is. Like, just doesn't really matter to me. And I tend to, I guess, avoid interactions in games which feel personal to me. Like in games which have dating type stuff in them, if I have a love interest at all, they are chosen for strategic benefit. Like, it's not like I am like, oh shit, that character's really hot, I want to wife her or something. I don't ever think that as I play a game. You would say that your emotional reaction to game events is more powerful than the reaction during a film, which leads you to think you have a higher amount of presence in the game. Ooh, I wonder if I have presence playing Grease. Maybe we should play Grease again, and I should see. I might have presence playing Grease, actually. You want to wife the defect? That's very reasonable. You know that I don't like dating sims because you watched me try Darkest Dungeon? Yeah? Yeah? You Barry holes. No, I choose Abigail in Stardew because she's the most easy to get to a high enough relationship level for the spring dance. Anyway. Additionally, there is spatial presence, which is an experience where an individual has a sensation of being physically located in a mediated environment. All these subtypes of presence give the user a feeling of authentic and genuine interaction and correlate with the strength of PSR. Put another way, increases in perceived social presence can lead to higher levels of perceived parasocial connection. I wonder also if I don't feel presence in video games because I've been streaming them for the last 6 years, and that makes it very hard to have the illusion that the video game is real, because you're at work and you have a chat to talk to and stuff. Minimal effort, thanks for the 15 months. Appreciate it. Live streaming holds the potential to be high in all 4 types of these presence. Physical presence is the host of the live stream is a real person and therefore a physical rather than virtual object. Social presence is the host is socially interacting with the audience in real time. Self-presence, as community members, including the host, can portray themselves and are perceived to be their idealized online personas. Whoa. Are you your idealized online persona when you're in my chat? And spatial presence, as a person is often transported into the host's house, studio, and gaming spaces. Not remotely. What's the opposite of idealized? Oh my gosh, y'all. That is really interesting to me, though. Like, I don't personally care very much about my profile pictures on social media and stuff like that. Maybe this is just something that I don't personally connect to very easily. I probably do it in some ways. I just, like, it doesn't resonate easily with me, that's all. Also, I guess I can see that other people do it. So, like, I can see that it's real. I just can't really relate to the ways in which I do it. There must be some. Just not sure what they are. Anyway, Presence of the live streamers is further... Oh, I type in lowercase letters because I hate capital letters. That would be an example, right? That's me being an idealized online persona. I'm a, like, passive-aggressive shitposter. I sort of buy it. Okay, sure. I think it just took my brain a long time to understand what this was claiming, maybe. Maybe it's a bit different for me because of my interaction with this space as well. Anyway, presence of the live streamers is further amplified by the near constant accessibility of the streamer and their content. Yes. Streaming platforms are designed to have viewers watch streamers in real time, similar to the airing of a television program during the week. Unlike a traditional 1 hour time slot to watch a program, a streamer will instead stream for 4 or more hours at a time. Imagine only streaming for 4 hours. Wow. Which is more equivalent to binge watching than traditional consumption. What does that say about my action of creating the content? If for someone to watch my content requires them to be binge watching, what does that say about my decision to sit down 7 days a week and make it? that the idea that interacting with this much content has to be that amplified says some very, like, concerning things about what it means for someone to make this much content. Luigi Skyward, thanks for the 6 months. Binge working. You think it's labor time instead of recreation time, so it's classified differently? Maybe it shouldn't be. Maybe we should refer to the 40-hour work week as binge working. I'm sort of into that, actually. It's sort of what a, like, 9 to 5 is. It's sort of binge working. And we sort of frame it as so in society. Like, it's just like this very clear problem that we have, which we just are okay with everyone having. Yeah, I'm a binge worker. Hey, do you want to get lunch today? It's such a beautiful day. I would love to catch up. We haven't talked for a while and I have a real human interaction with you. Oh no, I'm a binge worker. So I will be busy at that time. Julio, hello. An English teacher using my content and making inferences about what I am saying 100 years from now. What do I think about that? That sounds hilarious to me. The Twitch chat is a metaphor for Steven's relationship with his mother. Stampede, thanks for 33 months. Daffodil. Okay. Additionally, streaming platforms also offer older archived streams on demand. Many streamers also make their previously recorded streams accessible on the streaming platform, as well as other video on demand websites, e.g. YouTube. Yep. In addition to the accessibility of content, you can often connect with streamers via their social media, e.g. Twitter or Facebook, and associated Discord groups, which research has found increases the sense of parasocial relationships as compared to those who have not had such interactions on social media. The 24/7 accessibility of streamers' content through archived content and social media contributes to the sense of viewers not feeling like fans within a channel, but a member of a larger community. We need some punctuation going on in this sentence, but I get what you're saying, sure. Additional considerations, motivation models. While the focus of this paper is on the changes to the foundation of parasocial relationships that should be considered when discussing PSRs in the context of live streaming. That said, one should also consider the role of motivation when it comes to engaging in live streaming in the first place. Traditional PSRs form between viewer and performer within a specific informational or entertainment context. An individual may develop a PSR with their local weatherman when they watch their forecast every morning, or their favorite actor whose there needed to be a comma there surely. An individual may develop a PSR with their local weatherman when they watch their forecast every morning, or their favorite actor whose new Netflix series based on their favorite video game is particularly riveting. Is this paper subtweeting Henry Cavill right now? That's incredible. Anyway, however, in the context of live streaming, the motivations for engaging can vary wildly. Specifically in the context of live streaming on Twitch, several motivations have been discussed in the literature. The motivation to be part of a social community, to release tension. To release tension. To release tension. We've finally frontally confronted the idea that there are hot tub streams on the website. Purple asked this. Thanks for this help. I appreciate it. The motivation to be part of a social community, to release tension, learn more about a new video game release, among others. Holy shit, that's a lot of citations. All right. While research has found the media personalities themselves are more likely to motivate viewership than the content of the stream itself, it is noteworthy that much of the live streaming on Twitch is often centered on game content and gameplay. Orm suggests that some may be motivated to watch video game-centric streams to engage in gaming spaces while avoiding some of the potentially toxic cultural norms in gaming communities. Watching a streamer can avoid the potential for online harassment or toxicity within any gaming community while still allowing the viewer to still experience the gameplay and participate in the community. That's so fascinating. So if strategy gaming weren't a toxic hellhole, none of you would watch my channel because you'd all like just go enjoy playing a strategy game. That actually sounds sort of true. Like if it was just fun to play strategy games, how many of you would be here? Oh my god. Okay, well, I find that very, very, very funny. All right. Anyway, as further noted by Orm, viewers might feel they lack skill in a game, might not have access to games, and or might feel like the actual playing of the game feels like work. Yes. Watching a streamer can alleviate these issues while simultaneously the viewer can feel a sense of community. Furthermore, as noted previously, research also indicated there is an element of vicarious achievement with the streamer, which has been found to reinforce connection with the media personality as well as their associated community. Traditional PSRs form almost exclusively due to repeated exposure via entertainment or informational media. However, these new 1.5-sided PSRs initially form through a range of motivations, from entertainment to information seeking to vicarious achievement. While the motivation to engage in live streaming doesn't impact the nature of the PSR, it can bring some insight into the uses and gratifications one may seek and obtain through these relationships and experiences. One such potential impact of these relationships, their impact on viewer well-being, is discussed in more detail below. Okay. So there are lots of reasons why someone might form a parasocial relationship with a streamer. Sure. There's a frog outside my window. Wonder what it's like to be a frog. Pretty cool. Might not be too bad. That's why people backseat too, so they can feel more achieved when the streamer succeeds. Yeah, I think a lot of communities that promote backseating build a feeling of communal ownership of the game being played, sort of, and the decisions being made. There's some truth to it too, like streamers can often get advice on how to do well at the game from their viewers, which wasn't mentioned here at all, right? Like, I mean, most of this goes the other way, honestly. So, if playing a game feels like work, then streaming it might give you something enjoyable to do while you play it. If you personally are not that good at a game, then streaming it might let you have viewers help you understand strategies and stuff like that. If you find the community of a game to be toxic, you could stream it to engage with people in your own community instead of engaging with that game's community. Like, they're just, I feel like all of this goes the other way pretty much as well. I wonder very much how much of this goes the other way. Because it's not like people are like born and told they have to be a streamer, or like when they graduate high school, they go to college and they get a degree in streaming and then become streamers, and that's what they're qualified for. The people who stream choose to do it because presumably they enjoy it and or are good at it. And if you enjoy streaming, probably you enjoy and feel satisfied by some aspect of parasocial relationships, because parasocial relationships are a huge part of being a streamer. Like maybe not more than 25% of being a streamer, but I would say more than 5% of being a streamer is like having parasocial relationships with tons of people and thinking about and navigating that. Honestly, for like someone who does just chatting streams and talks with their community a lot, it could easily be more than 50% of being a streamer is navigating parasocial relationships. And so all of these comments about why a viewer might be interested in a parasocial relationship have an interesting corollary of why would a streamer be interested in that relationship existing. Someone is building a curriculum for becoming a streamer. Very true. Does the article keep framing the streamer as the expert, sometimes chat as the expert? Yeah, true. It's like the streamer has this bizarre relationship with chat as well, where like, so your individual relationship with a streamer might make you feel like the small one or whatever, because the streamer is like very established as the expert in this game and has lots of followers and stuff like that. Obviously, the streamer knows the community better than you do because the streamer's been in the community the entire time. But sitting as the streamer is actually the small one compared to chat as a whole. Because if I want trivia about Slay the Spire and I ask chat, there are thousands of people who might give me the answer. Or if I want to know about what it means exactly to have whatever the fuck this was, presence, someone in chat's going to know that if I don't know it. So there's definitely a like relationship between streamer and chat, which is going on as well, and weird in a different way. You're depressed to know that there is definitely a for-profit uni currently making a degree program for live streaming, and people will buy into it. Yep. If someone taught you video editing, basic sound, simple coding, how to use bots, etc., it sounds very helpful. It does. For some, could there be some level of narcissism? Oh yeah, I think that there's tons of narcissism in streaming. Even if the streamer has 2,000 elo, the combined elo of chat will be 100,000. That's not how elo works, but maybe there's an but. That's just not how elo works. He thinks for the 2 months. Stream is like pie. There's wise truth there, but also it's mostly garbage. Pie with an E or pie without an E? If there are numbers, you can add them. That's what some old dude said. Well, there you go. My voice is dying because when I do these streams where I just talk nonstop, I outdo my voice. It's interesting that people like comment on how I speak, and like it's almost like they think that it's like a conscious decision or something about me that's innate or something, and what it actually is like I have been talking for 8 hours a day for the last 6 years, and this is just how I have accidentally discovered a way to do that without my voice dying entirely. This is a bit too much talking. I need to run to the bathroom and get more water as well, so I will be right back. Okay. I left my cats cuddled together on the bed, and I had tucked them in so that just their heads were poking out from the blanket. And Zephyr's usually okay with that, but Xenia doesn't usually like it as much. And I just came back and checked on them, and now Xenia, like, I thought she'd gotten up because she doesn't like being tucked in, right? And I couldn't see her head anymore. But actually, she had just burrowed under the blanket so far that I couldn't see her. So cute. Oh, she's so cute. I have a parasocial relationship with my cats. I attach all of these emotions to them, and they just want me to feed them and provide them warmth. Oh, but they are so cute. All right. Implications of the 1.5-sided parasocial relationship well-being. Oh, now we get into the interesting stuff. Okay. The differences in parasocial relationships within the context of live streaming are not only theoretically noteworthy, but can also impact the viewer's experience in unique ways. Typically, parasocial relationships have been evaluated as the intersection between interpersonal relationships and media effects, and historically viewed as pathological and symptomatic of loneliness, isolation, and social anxiety. However, research has found traditional parasocial relationships to be associated with a range of social similarities through traditional social interactions, including a reduced sense of loneliness and increasing a sense of social belonging. Links have also been found between reduced loneliness and the intensity of viewers' parasocial relationship with on-screen characters, further debunking the ideas that parasocial relationships are somehow pathological. The emotions experienced by the viewer have been found to parallel traditional two-way social interactions, suggesting they are comparable in at least some ways, including the ways they can positively impact social and psychological well-being. Even though traditional parasocial interactions between viewer and media figure are almost exclusively one-directional, stemming from the viewer, these parasocial relationships yield interpersonal resources. Okay. So this is saying basically that parasocial relationships are beneficial in lots of ways. The unique features of parasocial relationships in the context of live streaming have the potential to impact viewers' well-being more broadly than traditional parasocial relationships. Specifically, a sense of community affiliation and emotional engagement with the streamer and their community encourages long-term engagement, and as such, has been identified as the potential driving point of their impact on social and psychological well-being. Broadly speaking, this could be understood with... Wait. I feel like the thing that's actually long-term well-being is... I don't trust this shit. I don't trust this shit. For fans, thanks for the 4 months. Appreciate it. Your view of a parasocial relationship seems to depend on if you assume people are starting from a classic relationship and then downgrading, or if you assume people start with nothing and the parasocial relationships are better than nothing. Fair. Fair. Yeah, I guess so. Broadly speaking, this could be understood within a uses and gratifications framework, which argues that the use of media is directed by a need and search for various gratifications. That is, media use is a goal-directed behavior whereby individuals seek out media for a specific need, whether it be entertainment, information, personal identity, social interaction, or a combination thereof. The motivations we seek and obtain vary by media platform. For example, one may watch television primarily for entertainment, browse social media to obtain new information, and engage in live streaming to obtain social gratifications. As aforementioned, the gratifications sought and obtained are not mutually exclusive. However, in the case of live streaming, viewers are likely to some extent seeking social gratifications either through their relationship with the streamer themselves, other members of the community, or both. Are you here seeking social gratifications, Chad? Is this correct? They did leave off needing to fall asleep. They absolutely left off needing to fall asleep. I think when I watch streams, it's usually that I want comfortable background noise, which I guess is like vibe. which in this paper is most closely approximated by the word like anxiety, probably. But I don't think that's quite the vibe. It's just like pleasant to chill out with someone who's very good at what they do and being sociable. Hmm. I wonder what the academic term for a vibe check is. I don't know. I think academic analysis of things likes to treat them like diseases sometimes. It's like our scientific method developed and was used heavily for learning about medicine, and we still have like hangover from that, where it's like everything else must also be medicine. A little bit, right? I mean, that's sort of a uses and gratifications framework. That's sort of what that is. I don't know that that quite matches my experience as a human being, but maybe it does, and I'm just not self-aware enough to realize that. You count being in a cafe and just feeling the vibe of being around people as social interaction. Oh my god, I love that so much. One of my favorite things to do pre-pandemic was like finish my stream and just go sit in a restaurant and have food and like sip on a beer for an hour or two and not talk to anyone, because I had no desire to talk to people after finishing 8 hours of streaming. Like that was not what I wanted at all, but I just wanted to be around other human beings. Wrote a very long paper on copyright and character creation in video games, and sometimes, almost always, you felt like you were calling the reader an idiot. Where is this paper appearing? This was published somewhere, like yesterday, I think. Here is a link to it. Does it examine the counter theory that Twitch viewing is television but better because interactive? I guess that's sort of the premise it's coming from, that parasocial relationships already existed in the sorts of things you might have with TV characters, and that watching stuff on Twitch is like an intensified version of that. Okay, anyway. Being a member of social communities provides a range of social benefits. According to McMillan and Chavez, this includes a sense of community, a sense of identification through membership, fulfillment of social needs, perception of influence, and emotional connection towards the community. Oh my fucking god. Okay. A sense of community. That is completely fine. 100% love it. Sense of identification through membership. Sort of creepy. A little bit culty. Not as much of a fan. Fulfillment of social needs. That's like fine. You're vibing with people in the community. Like that's awesome. Perception of influence. Ew. We're at like 2 good ones and 2 really bad ones right now. Oh, I do not want anybody to ever be in my channel because it rewards them with a perception of influence, which they like. I just don't want that. I wonder if I'm being unfair in that. I don't know. It's weird because when I watch other streamers, I actually have influence, which I think drastically changes the way that I interact with those channels. Isn't perception of influence basically being listened to? I think perception of influence is like, if I tell the streamer to do a certain thing, they will do that thing, or because I am a Jorbs viewer, people will think that I know a lot about Slay the Spire. Those are two ways that I can think of that expressing, and I hate both of them. Perception of status and influence in Twitch can be weird as there are badges built right into usernames. Yes, you do have a partner badge and a sub badge. I turned my partner badge off on Twitch because I hate it. I am okay with sub badges in streamer communities, but I generally consider that to communicate that I support the streamer rather than communicating that I have any influence in the community. And then I basically only use their emotes if I'm in their channel. Like, I basically never use my own emotes in other people's channels because, like, my presence on Twitch, if I'm watching someone else's channel, I want to empower and reinforce the idea that they have control over their channel and that I support that, rather than feeling like, well, I'm a big hotshot and I have the best idea right now, sorts of things. Like, I just hate that. So I try to, like, use my interaction to build people up rather than to build myself up. I feel gross saying that for some reason. I don't know. Anyway, research has found live streaming communities to be particularly rich sources of social and emotional support, particularly during difficult life periods. As discussed in 2020 paper, watching Twitch helped viewers cope with difficult periods in their life, and that it became a larger part of their lives during the difficult period compared to regular viewing. Why? Not only just for the entertainment and distraction, but also the sense of social connection and community. Several people, due to their depression or anxiety, stated it was simply impossible for them to build and maintain real-world relationships. For these people, Twitch was a way to have at least some form of a social connection. In addition, the participants in our study seemed well aware of the difference between the virtual and real world and the one-sided nature of the relationship between themselves and the streamer. That's, like, mostly good. I would say that that's a large part of my job. Hey, Artable. Probably feels kind of holier than thou. Yeah, a little bit. Felt gross because of that. It's more of a, like, I am scared of any influence that I do have and don't like it and don't want to influence other people who I respect with it. I want them to get to be their own human beings. I don't know. I think that when people express that streaming isn't a real job, or that all it is playing video games, for me, the most clear way that I can see that that isn't true is that I know that people are using my channel for stuff like this. Like, people with depression or anxiety watching my channel to get social connection and get themselves through hard parts of their life is a very clear service to society. And it's also very clearly a challenging thing to do. Like, it carries with it responsibility and maybe just responsibility. I don't want to run a stream that's bad one day because I feel like someone who's watching and is anxious is going to watch my stream and see that I'm not really vibing that day, I'm not into it, and they're going to end up feeling worse. So there's, like, a level of responsibility toward the way that I'm being used by people for that thing that I definitely have and am aware of. It's one of the main ways that I feel a lot of responsibility as a streamer. Aren't peer reviews supposed to be anonymous? Well, nobody knows who I am. This feels like bullying. What? Really? Really? Okay. I think that like academic scholarship about streaming is really interesting, and a lot of the things said in this paper have been very interesting to me. But I don't. I guess if someone had a lot of ego connected to this paper and really thought that they had it all right, they could find me reading it and saying that I thought different things to be threatening, but my assumption is that someone has put a lot of effort into understanding streaming and would be very interested to hear honest reflections from someone who streams full time. And also, I haven't, like, they don't have to watch this, and I haven't named the authors of the paper or said anything about them really. That's good, Carados. And these kinds of papers only usually read by 6 people. I am sort of putting it on blast. If you got to know that 598 people saw a paper you wrote, you'd be stoked. Yeah, there's some level of like, once you have a certain amount of audience, you have to be conscious of putting someone else's stuff in front of a large audience. Because people don't necessarily want that. I mean, maybe that's a thing. I I hope that that does not upset the authors of this paper, but I feel almost embarrassed considering that it might, because my immediate assumption is that like they do not care about me at all and are their own functional human beings, and me reading and reacting to their papers not going to be a like bullying type assault on their mental health. Anyway, I'm sure it's mostly fine. They didn't write it not to be read, yeah. It is important to note that the live component of live streaming is a critical piece. As discussed by one participant, during many evenings I felt very anxious and could not calm down. I was afraid of nightmares in the night. Watching streams and just knowing the other person is really there talking at the moment helped much better to calm me down than just watching videos on YouTube. Ooh, so they have the like immediate... I've never had someone express that to me. I have lots of people express that they like falling asleep to my YouTube videos or whatever, or my live stream. But I've never had someone express to me that falling asleep to my live stream is more calming than falling asleep to a YouTube video because they know that I'm really there. It's an interesting element to care about. And confirm YouTube Drorbs helps your insomnia. It seems rather specific. Yeah. There are some streamers who I would only ever watch their live show and would never watch their YouTube content, even though their YouTube content is just an export of their live show. And so I guess because of that, I get the idea of like presence in the moment. For me, though, it's not that it's like more calming down. It's that like I want to be able to say hi. I feel like as a streamer, one thing that I notice is that the number of viewers who are watching me when I'm live on Twitch and stop by and say hi and stuff has much more effect on my impression of whether I'm doing well at my job or not than the number of viewers I have on YouTube. Like the number of viewers I have on YouTube, I feel like it's like, did I do a good job of playing the YouTube algorithm? That's basically what I feel. When a video goes viral on YouTube, I never think, oh, I made a particularly good video. And I always think, oh, the YouTube algorithm really picked up on this one. And this is in large part because my videos, which are most popular on YouTube, are not my best content on YouTube at all. And I know this. Whereas when a stream does very well on Twitch, I will much more often think, oh, I'm like being more entertaining than usual today. And people are like tuning in and sticking around and really interested in what's going on. Like when I had 4,500 viewers at the end of a month of playing Slay the Spire, that felt like a consequence of my deliberate actions. And so I like felt good that lots of people were there and tuning in and saying hi. And so for me, if I care about a person and I watch their content, I think I like watching their live streams more because I like dropping by and saying hi and like trying to build them up a little bit, like bring a little bit of positivity to their community and show if I can. Or I'll lurk. Like if I feel like that's too demanding for them or something, I'll be more comfortable lurking. Whereas if I don't care about someone as a content creator at all, I will watch their YouTube videos because that's more convenient. Like I can get the highlights from their streams, which they chose to preserve forever, packaged for me and on their YouTube whenever I want to check them out. Hey Sipsy. YouTube's you can also play at double speed. Yeah, that's true. I'll do that with Twitch streams too. If someone who I don't really care about as an individual is streaming and I want to watch their stream, like for example, if I'm checking out a new game and want to see the content, I will not watch their live stream. I will see that they're live streaming, click on their stream, then go to their videos, load one of their VODs, and watch it at 2x speed, basically. So I can skip around. And I think VODs don't have ads in the same way that live streams have. I don't know exactly how ads work for VODs versus live streams. And watch it faster. Yeah. You rarely say hi because it feels pointless or possibly annoying in a crowd of hundreds. I like it when people say hi. Like, I don't like it if it feels like people feel entitled to me responding in a certain way to them. Like, if someone says hi and then they say hi like 3 more times because I didn't respond the first time, and then they like request that I do something. Requesting that the streamer does something as your first message in a channel is like not great form. Like not many people like that very much. Oh, everybody's saying hi. Hi, everybody. But yeah, if you just say hi, I like that. Hey, Petra, how are you? Dark Blob, hello. Hey, Lurk. Hey, Hats. Hey, Atros. Hey, King Gluck. Hey, Urban Introvert. Hey, Coco Frio. Jova. Can I send you dog pics? I don't have a dog. Hey, Evan. Unusual Thunder. Do I ever feel weird if I have my partner logo in someone's chat? Yeah, I was mentioning earlier. I turned my partner thing off on Twitch. The first like year that I watched Nicolina, she didn't realize that I was a streamer. Hyper Miracle, hello. Hey, Jaron. Hey, Token of Courage. Endymion, hello. Hey, WC. Hey, Danny Music. Feel differently about the streams that say hi when they see you versus the ones that don't. I sort of cheat a little bit. I have a chat program which highlights everybody's first message of the day for me so that if I see someone's first message of the day, I can say hi to them. Which means that I'm not actually remembering that you're chatting for the first time and I need to say hi to you. Like my program is prompting me to do it. But I don't feel that that's like particularly dishonest or anything. It's just like a reality. There are 600 people here. I'm not going to remember if I've said hi to someone or not. Hey, Klebsky. Lock around, lock. Used to only sub when the stream was offline because it would freak you out when the streamer would respond. That happens to people. Like, that's a real thing. I don't have follower notifications on because I know that some people don't want their name to show up when they follow. A STF Creant. That is cheating. I do remember you, Jim Bob. You have, you shared some stuff about your daughters earlier. In just prom. And I think one other thing. Anyway. I have y'all in my brain, but my brain is not capable of having a conversation with 600 people at the same time. In actuality, it just does the best it can. For many of the participants interviewed, live streaming broadcasts were an effective way to keep their mind off difficulties they were facing. Notably, this was attributed to the presence of the persona themselves and the larger community. The researchers note that the participants' primary reported motivation for engaging with live streamers on Twitch was for entertainment, followed by the ability to follow streamers or become part of their community. Other researchers have also noted viewers reporting that they received valuable help from live streamers and members of the live streaming community. That's nice. It's nice to help people. Research from Daniel and colleagues discusses the role of emotional connection within these communities. In an interview study, they found that the connection between streamer and community is extraordinarily high as compared to how one would feel with a traditional PSR, such as with a celebrity. Sure. They found that live streamers would often encounter audience members discussing personal challenges to the persona and wider community in an effort to garner social and emotional support. The researchers conclude that this implies that the viewer's PSR must be extraordinarily high as they are trusting an on-camera character to help them resolve their personal problems. As further discussed by one of the interviewees, I have a lot of thought on this. One of the biggest issues is people who think that Twitch streamers are their therapists. People will come in and they have a problem with something in their life and they want to share that with the streamer, and that's fine to a certain extent, but some people take it too far, and when the streamer is clearly uncomfortable with this thing, you've come to this Twitch stream and we don't know you, and you're spouting all of your personal problems in a public channel. This is the first time that a streamer has been quoted in the article, I believe. I feel like this is the first time that like a streamer's perspective is present. This quote illustrates how live streamers often have viewers discuss personal matters in their live chats. This viewer was communicating their mental health issues even as a brand new community member, highlighting their intimate nature of these parasocial relationships. There is no established relationship between the persona and this particular community member. However, very personal matters are being discussed as they come to the community looking for support. Not only do viewers look for this support, but it is also found both within their relationships with the persona and the broader community. The Al guy is a prolific researcher. Oh my gosh. It does not reset at midnight my time unstable. It resets when I tell it to. Yeah. Trauma dumping for sure. It's peer quotes because I'm not actually a peer of the author. They are an established academic and I am not. I'm just some Twitch streamer. It seems focused on the streamer when it might be that the person is talking to the group of other chatters. That's a cool time for Miracle. Hey, Bunny Sagas. I imagine discussing something intensely personal is actually easier if completely new to the community as you're essentially anonymous. Yeah. I have a friend who went to divinity school and became a minister. He's a very young minister. Like most people do that as their second career. Like they are 45 when they enter divinity school or something like that. He did it straight out of undergrad. And he's told me that the second that he mentions to people that he is a minister, a lot of people just start trauma dumping on him. Like they just assume that that's his job all the time, is to hear their shit. I think that I don't know exactly why people share the stuff that they share in my channel. I think that I haven't had much difficulty with it in the last like 2 years. But as a minister, Uh, it's like a religious leader of a certain denomination of Christianity, is what he is. Like a priest, yeah. But just a different exact word because of the branch of Christianity that he's part of, for whatever. I don't know enough about Christianity to say exactly. Are priests Catholic and ministers are non-denominational or something? I don't know. I have no idea. Um, Christianity is complicated, yeah. Discussing personal issues within a parasocial relationship is safer because it is relatively free of consequence, but provides much of the same benefits of sharing with someone. So when I read about this stuff, again, I'm going to go to the most extreme case that I can think of because that's how my brain works. It's like I like sort of establish the boundaries around the thing that I'm thinking of. And the most exacerbated case of this sort of thing that I think about is like people who decide that they've fallen in love with. I've never had this actually happen to me to this extent, but I've had so many of my friends express that someone has fallen in love with them and spent the entire night sending them a message every like 10 minutes like, are you up? Why don't you respond? I care about you so much. My life is so difficult. I'm struggling with this and this and this, but when I watch your stream, you bring me joy. Um, did I do something to upset you? Why aren't you talking back? And this is a thing that I haven't had to deal with much at all for some reason. Maybe because I'm a guy. Maybe because I have an aura about me that doesn't attract that. I don't know. But that's like the worst case that can happen with this is someone coming into your community and sharing that level of inappropriate connection with you and requiring like validation and response to that. Chad can start doing that, don't worry. Great. Um oh my gosh, yes. People saying that your stream has saved their life is like a bit of an overstep. It like I think that actually can be a true thing. Because that's the thing that's happening to them and doesn't. Maybe not. I don't know. Generally, though, like, I seem kind of sad that I don't have any stalkers. I'm a little. If I'm sad at all about this, it's that I know that there are people who suffer as streamers in ways that I can't relate to. Possibly because of ways that I'm privileged in my life, possibly because of other things that I'm not really aware of. And I want to be able to relate to the suffering that my friends have. And I want to be able to like understand why it happens to them and make it never happen again. But it's something that I feel sort of on the outside of looking in, and that's something that makes me feel powerless. That's that's where the sadness comes from, insofar as there is any sadness. Um, in general, I am glad that I don't have a ton of stalkers, obviously. Um, you feel like the bread and butter of my content is that I am an expert more than an interesting personality. Certainly, that's what a lot of people come to my content for. Is the thing that I'm doing rather than who I am. And that's like deliberate. That's what I've chosen for my content to be. So, um, content creators of sufficient fame all talk about needing to protect their identity because in a large enough community, you will inevitably attract someone who is emotionally unstable. Yeah, yeah, and I do that. Um, not as much as I could, but enough that I warp my life IRL. Um, to try to keep some privacy. Please don't, Merstyle. How's the thing I'm doing not a part of my personality? I think just like, obviously you can watch my channel because of my personality, but I think a lot of people watch my channel because I'm good at something that they care about. I talked about this a little bit earlier. You're just here to count the number of times I say probably. I don't like expressions of certainty, that's for sure. So, I think that when people come into a channel and trauma dump on a streamer or share their problems, like I said earlier, I feel like that's a real service that I provide to the world, that people can do that here. But there are definitely boundaries that need to be respected, and there's definitely the big thing that it detracts from and distracts from is that if the stream is a place of comfort for you, that implies that it's also a place of comfort for lots of other people, right? And so if you come into that place of comfort and start trauma dumping, all of a sudden it stops being a place of comfort for anybody else, because everybody else is suddenly on edge because you're trauma dumping. And that's the issue with it, to the largest extent, I think. It's like, I can handle it. I'm not personally going to be upset about you trauma dumping in DMs or something. I'm going to be uncomfortable, but I'm not going to, like, it's not going to ruin my day. But other people who are watching, who are in this place for it to be a place of comfort, are actually having their ability for this to be a place of comfort lost if you do that. So that's my big thing when I'm confronted with someone trauma dumping on my channel, is like, I want to navigate that without losing the comfort of the channel for everybody else. Ranbu put his stream times in a different time zone for months to avoid people figuring out where he lived. Yep. Yeah. The streamer is also a captive audience. That's absolutely true. You have to be... When you're talking about your trauma, you want to make sure that you're talking about it with someone who, like, is okay with hearing about that thing. And, like, trauma dumping doesn't have to be a bad thing. It can be very good to talk about trauma that you have with someone who is comfortable talking about that thing with you. Like, probably a very important thing to do a lot of the time. But you have to make sure that they want that thing. And you have to make sure that there is a safe way for them to get away from it if you like start crossing boundaries and they don't want it anymore and stuff. You just have to like respect that they're a human, you know? JPEG, thanks for the year. I appreciate it. Here's the link, 5-4. Unfortunately, my link goes to Twitter. I should have gotten the proper link. Anyway, whatever. It is important to note that while many users report social and emotional benefits to parasocial relationships with live streamers specifically, this may vary across individuals and context. For example, perhaps during difficult life periods where face-to-face social engagement is limited, e.g. due to geographical isolation or COVID-19 quarantine, or among people with different mental health challenges, e.g. high anxiety, the utility of these relationships may be magnified. Oh, I was not expecting the word magnified at the end of that sentence. I was expecting the word insufficient. And perhaps some examination of what happens if someone is trying to use a relationship like this to manage trauma or anxiety or whatever, and then finds that it's insufficient. Because that can lead to some issues with like entitlement and disappointment and feelings of betrayal and depression, and they can come out in very negative ways in a streaming community. But instead the paper says magnified, which is also true. This may also be more important because of COVID-19, for sure. That is also a sentence that you can write, I think. It's a for example, and a perhaps. It's not a statement of how the world must be. Further research should consider individual and contextual factors that may influence the real-world impact of these relationships. There's a command that goes directly to the paper. Oh, wait. I'm not sure that I'm going to remember that. I'm just pressing the up arrow and pasting the same link over and over again. Reconstructing the parasocial relationship as summary. The growth of online media personalities and live streaming has fundamentally changed the nature of parasocial relationships. Streaming platforms have created opportunities for building and maintaining 1.5-way parasocial relationships between persona and viewer are characterized. Not sure if there was meant to be a comma there. Streaming platforms have created opportunities for building and maintaining 1.5-way parasocial relationships between persona and viewer, which are characterized by a sense of community, fandom, wishful identification, high presence, and hold the potential for reciprocal communication. Sure, this is all of what we've read so far. In the context of live streaming, viewers can communicate with the persona both synchronously and asynchronously through their live broadcasts and via social media. The various online tools and spaces utilized by live streamers have increased viewers' access to online personas in unprecedented ways. Previous generations of celebrity worshippers were relegated to content that was controlled by the media. However, today viewers can like and follow the social media pages that have content posted by the persona. That's such a huge point. It's said in passing, but what this means is so huge. Hank Green had a really good video about this a couple of days ago. The fact that algorithms promote the content we consume, and algorithms promote that content based on you hitting buttons like the like button and the follow button, means that we have agency in what content gets seen in the world now. If you like an article that is just absolutely tearing someone down, you are making it so that that thing is promoted in the world. Similarly, if you like an article that is like making fun of a conservative talking head or something because they said a bad thing, you are making it so lots of other people see that. Maybe not lots of other people, but you are participating in a communal process of making lots of people see that article if other people are liking it as well. If you like puppy pictures, you're making it so lots of people see puppy pictures. If you like a funny joke that doesn't hurt anybody, you're making it so lots of people see that. And I think that people need to feel responsibility over that thing that they are doing because they have been given power. And when you are given power, you need to feel responsible for what your power is used for. And I don't think people realize that they should have responsibility for this stuff yet. I think we're getting there. I think I'm relatively positive looking forward on this particular thing, relative to how positive I am looking forward about other things, at least. But I think it's a point that needs to be made like quite a lot over the next 10 years or something. Because I don't think people get it yet. Likes are less important than clicks in terms of what gets created. Sure, clicks as well. Like your choice of what you consume results in more of what you consume being made. People sure have been hammering on retweet for awareness for a few years or more. Yes. I always feel like that is a selfish ask that's about this thing is important, so you should retweet it, rather than being an acknowledgement of you are important, so we would appreciate you retweeting this because your choice to retweet it frames what the world sees. I feel like there's like a next level to it, which isn't really common thought yet, or whatever. How's that new power different from voting with your money? It's a similar idea to voting with your money, I guess. There is there's a limitation to how much something like this can change something fundamentally like corrupt and broken like a Facebook algorithm or a YouTube algorithm. Like those algorithms are causing real pain in the world, and you as an individual cannot stop them from doing so. In fact, they are likely causing real pain to you. So I think it's important, I guess, to acknowledge that your individual responsibility of your power doesn't imply that you are like more powerful than Facebook. Like absolutely not. And like fuck that company. Um but I think you can simultaneously recognize that you have some small amount of power and feel responsibility over how you act with it, and also see that, you know, the powers that be are established and you can't tear them down on your own, and that's shitty. I think you can do both of those things at the same time. Anyway, today viewers can like and follow the social media pages that have content posted by the persona or their public relations team as sort of a humorous aside. I read that as sort of a humorous aside. I like that parenthetical. Join a social community via Discord and see them interact live from their home or studio. Implied in that parenthetical to me is like the acknowledgement that a lot of the time an influencer tweets something, it isn't even actually them, which I don't feel like that's acknowledged enough. Maybe you should build a plugin that detects if you're on YouTube and hides the whole recommendations section for you. I think that that's a thing. I think there is a plugin like that. I recommend it. I do not personally use it, but I also don't really navigate YouTube by the algorithm almost at all, so whatever. Where did I get up to? Right. While the traditional celebrities also have a social media presence, the sense of community and potential for engagement from live streaming media figures is much higher, contributing to high emotional engagement by the community and long-term tight-knit groups being formed around the persona. This is in stark contrast to traditional PSRs, which are often discussed as fleeting and disposable. I love that this is 2020 and this is 1956. Like, oh my god, those years are a long time apart in the terms of parasocial relationships and media. Viewers can also choose to actively participate or passively engage with the content and community when their favorite live streamers go live. I wonder how much of the difference between a paper from 1956 and 2020 is that parasocial relationships have changed because of the structure within which they exist, and how much of it is that understanding of them has changed. Because there must be some of both. You would hope that understanding of them had gotten better over the course of 64 years. But it must also be hard to tell, like, which part did this paper get wrong and which part was just actually different 64 years ago. Don't know. As noted earlier, emotional engagement is a key component to PSRs with live streamers and contributes to their longevity. The sense of emotional engagement is at least partially due to the smaller scaled communities and the unique features of live streaming. Many followers perceive their relationship with the live streamer as a friendship, characterized by meaningful interactions. This contrasts with traditional PSRs, which are often thought of as short-term and fleeting, and a complement to rather than actual social relationships. Are they? So a traditional PSR is like a one-night stand or something? I guess I sort of see that. Like, I was really upset when Ned Stark died, but I sort of got over it pretty quick. You thought you were in love with Dog Dog, but it turns out you were actually in love with his YouTube manager. Lots of people have quit Facebook, but you've never heard of anyone quitting YouTube. What would you do? You quit YouTube? Because like Facebook tried to have a monopoly on people's friendships with other people. But it turns out that you cannot actually do that thing as a tech company yet. I hope. I hope ever. But also yet. So Facebook became a strong way to organize those friendships, but I think that it only had a certain level of penetration into people's lives because my relationship with my mother is not dependent on Facebook. Like, whether we are on Facebook or not does not affect my love of my mother in any way. But with YouTube, they went for how people watch video. And that is something that I can't do on my own. So they actually are able to penetrate to a level where you sort of can't just leave YouTube unless you find a replacement for it. That's okay, drunk owl. YouTube algorithm introduced you to lockpicking lawyer Simon Dan and Mr. Ballin. Ballin? That's cool. YouTube algorithm can do some good things. Can also do some very bad things. Use responsibly, I guess. Okay. So the YouTube algorithm introduced you to 3 channels which you enjoyed, which helped you to get through lockdown. Okay, cool. First case, that sounds like a good thing. Hey, Chimster. But we haven't considered opportunity cost. So what happens if there isn't a YouTube algorithm? Maybe you get involved in a community for your channel you already like, you're chatting with people there, and they recommend you something really cool, and it actually resonates better with you than what the YouTube algorithm suggested to you. Maybe, instead of like there being 3 massive channels, which probably most of the people in my audience immediately recognize by name, because the YouTube algorithm worked out that lots of people like them enough and recommended them to lots and lots of people, maybe instead of that, you have 3 channels that not everybody has heard of, but you actually like them even more because they resonate better with you and what you're personally looking for. So even if the YouTube algorithm is doing this thing, which is good, it's not necessarily the case that there wasn't something even better that could have happened if it wasn't there. And I think this goes for you as a viewer, and it also goes for like our creation of content as a society. The YouTube algorithm is very feast or famine. Some people get incredibly rich, some people get no exposure whatsoever. And yeah. How much has the YouTube algorithm extended lockdown? Holy shit. Are you allowed to ask that question? Jesus fucking Christ. That's also a very fair question to be asking. Okay, well, yeah, it also did that, probably. Hey, thanks for that gifted sub to Carados, Estrabelier. Are we up to here? As noted earlier, emotional engagement is a key component to PSRs with live streamers and contributes to their longevity. The sense of emotional engagement is at least partially due to the smaller scale communities and the unique features of live streaming. Many followers perceive their relationship with the live streamer as a friendship, characterized by meaningful interactions. This contrasts with traditional PSRs, which are often thought of as short-term and fleeting, and a complement to rather than actual social relationships. Real difference has not only shifted the theoretical nature of the PSR, but allowed for a new range of social emotional benefits for the viewer from their relationship with the persona as well as the larger community. It's possible that I read that entire paragraph already. The nature of live streaming alongside social media tools has opened the door for potential reciprocal interaction between viewer and live streamer performer, changing the foundation of the parasocial relationship. Combined with the roles of wishful identification, emotional engagement, community affiliation, fandom cultures, increased presence and accessibility through live streams, archive exchange, and social media platforms, the PSRs formed with live streamers push the bar away from a traditional one-way, unrequited, such a good word, unrequited, celebrity adoration of traditional parasocial relationships and towards something with the potential for reciprocation. These shifts between media personality and viewer in the context of live streaming necessitate a reconceptualization of what a parasocial relationship is and can become, from one-sided to potentially reciprocal 1.5-sided. Taken together, these key components of PSRs in the context of live streaming differentiate them from traditional PSRs in scope and impact. I have a question for you. This came up for me when I read unrequited, because that usually pairs with love. Usually you hear about unrequited love, I feel like. I don't know if I like ever read that word anywhere else. Suppose that I've had conversations about this with like friends who are single. Suppose you're a streamer and you have a few hundred people who watch your channel and you're looking to date someone. And someone in your channel seems like sort of cool to you. And you actually like reach out to them and start talking to them and start dating them. Is that like predatory? Is that like there's some element to that which is actually predatory, I think. People shouldn't date their fans, yeah. You hold a lot of social power there. There's a power dynamic. Yep. I would never mix work and relationships just because of the implications, even if it is streaming. I wonder if people are all agreeing with me because I framed it as something to say yes to. I sort of asked the question in a very biased way. The power imbalance needs to be addressed, definitely. You know a streamer who married one of his viewers. Their relationship seems healthy, although you know where I'm coming from. Seems less gross when a streamer isn't popular somehow. Yeah. I had a streamer friend date someone in the community. The issue happened in a different dynamic, and that the knowledge dynamic wasn't balanced. They knew way more about the streamer than the streamer did about them, made getting to know each other really awkward. That makes a ton of sense. The question was communicated as leading. Yes. Yeah, it absolutely was. Why is there an inherent power balance? I'm not sure entirely. To me, honestly, the power balance feels like it might be the other way. Like, the streamer immediately has a ton of stuff on the line if they have a relationship with a viewer where they are exposing their private life to someone who's a member of their community, and that person they're exposing their private life to might not respect the boundaries that they're setting between this is okay to share with the people in the channel, this is not. And to me, that sort of strikes me as bizarre. Which one of us do you think he wants to date? No. You see a lot of streamers date other streamers, which I think is also really interesting. Like, I think that happens because streamers like meet up at conventions and stuff, and so naturally relationships develop between them, but also there's like, it's almost like a clique or something. Like the streamers are socially separated from the viewers, and so the appropriate dating pool is from the streamers. People date in their own social status like celebrities, yeah. Sort of makes sense. Streamers dating streamers seems transactional, kinda. It's very grotesque. It's a very miserable and pessimistic way to frame it, which is also quite possibly true sometimes. It's quite possibly true in a way that is unintentional as well. Like, it's not necessarily even intended by the people in the relationship for it to be transactional, but like the way that they are framing who it's appropriate for them to date almost makes it transactional. Don't know. I don't think anybody here is a streamer who has dated another streamer. Maybe there are like 2 people here who are, but this is not something I actually know about. I just think it's interesting because when we start talking about potential for reciprocation, like a red flag goes off and it's like, whoa, 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 is that okay? Is it actually okay for there to be real potential for reciprocation in a parasocial relationship like this? Or is that sort of predatory to the viewer or betraying the viewer's trust almost? Like in some way, a viewer might engage with the channel because they don't think that there's potential for actual reciprocation. And then if there is, it could get really weird really fast. I imagine if I watched a stream and said a couple of things and then like the streamer DM'd me afterwards and was like, oh my god, you're like, the stuff you said in my stream was so hot, I really want to like talk more with you, I would like find that incredibly uncomfortable and never watch the stream again. that would almost certainly not work for me. So for me, when I'm watching somebody else, there's a level of like, I want some separation myself as a viewer, you know? It can be very difficult to have a relationship with someone who doesn't share your financial situation. True. True. The point is that you need to transition a parasocial relationship into a normal relationship. Yeah. Getting DM'd by the streamer would feel like, it feels like it has to be a trap or a gambit. Reasons totally unrelated to actual romance. Like it's inappropriate for them to be reaching out to you almost, yeah. Which is unfortunate because I have some really good friends with people who have reached out to you as a streamer. But I do feel, I've had quite a few streamers express to me that they feel very lonely. Streaming is a very lonely job. And one of the reasons for that is that you're surrounded by people who you do not feel like you can have good friendships with. So you're surrounded by people, but you are performing, right? And so they're seeing a different element of you from your actual authentic self. And then you use all of your emotional energy on interacting with them all day. And then at the end of the day, you have no emotional energy left to actually make friendships and be friends with people who are your peers. Or if you're looking for people who are your peers, maybe like you're not finding many. You've been DM'd by streamers after streams you chatted a lot in, and it was fine. Had that happen, but I think only when people have recognized that I am Jorbs. Like they saw that I was Jorbs and wanted to talk to me because it's like, oh cool, you're Jorbs. Morning, Zephyr. My cat woke up and is now yowling at me. Oh, he had his dinner 15 minutes ago. Makes sense. Being lonely in a crowded room is the worst. Yeah. That's why everyone liked the Among Us arc. They got to be with friends playing a game. Yeah. Yeah, it was really nice to get some social time in the Among Us arc, for sure. Concluding thoughts and further research. Parasocial relationships have been objects of study for several decades. However, parasocial relationship theory has failed to accommodate for the shifting of these relationships. Did I already read this? It has coincided with ever-developing technology. This paper sought to outline the theoretical shifts in the concept necessary to understand parasocial relationships in a 21st century context, specifically when it comes to live streaming and their associated communities. The same premises that provide the foundation of traditional parasocial relationship understanding and research no longer apply with more accessible online personas and specifically live streamers. Streaming platforms have created opportunities for the building and maintenance of new 1.5-way parasocial relationships that hold the potential for reciprocal communion. Is that meant to be communication, or is communion being... Isn't that like eating wafers or something? Between viewer persona and the persona's associated community. In parasocial relationships formed with live streamers, we see a unique mix of wishful identification emotion. I read those words so many times already in this paper. This is combined with general accessibility and transmedia through live streams, archive streams, and access through other platforms like Discord and other forms of social media. I literally already read this paragraph earlier. Potential for two-way communication both synchronously and asynchronously necessitates a move away from the traditional. Yep. While this paper primarily focuses on live streaming platform Twitch, further research is needed to explore. Yeah, I already read that too. There are others with different functions, e.g. Taobao, Bambuser. There are a lot of other live streaming platforms in different parts of the world. Like China has a lot of live streaming platforms that are not Twitch. And as a Western streamer, I am largely isolated from those sites. Like, I don't watch them, I don't speak the language that is generally being spoken on them. I don't really know much about them at all. But a decent amount of the time that Twitch makes changes, they are based on seeing what other live streaming services are doing, which is really interesting because I don't really know about those other live streaming services, and I have my own community and way of doing things on Twitch that I like, and then like suddenly something is being changed because it's had success in some other country among people I don't know. And it's very weird. I'm not sure that I have a landing point with this observation. It's just an observation that I have that I felt like sharing when we started talking about other streaming sites. I bet that a lot of my viewers do not think about this almost at all, but there is a company making changes on Twitch, and it is observing what's happening elsewhere in the world in order to inform what changes should be made. Even though they serve the same base purpose, there may be differences in the ways in which communities form and engage with them. Our hope for this paper is that researchers begin to broaden their conceptualization of parasocial relationships and its understanding as a social relationship and its potential social and psychological impact when it comes to parasocial relationships with live streamers. Specifically, we hope that future research will recognize that parasocial relationships are no longer traditionally one-sided when it comes to the relationships formed with live streamers. Note the unique relationship between streamer and viewer that can vary between direct social interaction and parasocial viewership and community affiliation. 3. Recognize the roles of wishful identification, emotional engagement, community affiliation, fandom, and increased presence and accessibility. We hope future research will build off this foundation to better understand these ever-evolving relationships and their real-world impact. It was a cool paper. Gosh, that's a lot of references. There's a lot more literature on this stuff than I realized. Cool. Does the paper address lurkers? Not in great detail. My own open-ended thoughts are really nice for letting you come to your conclusions without worrying about getting parasocial into a bullies. Good. I'm glad that I have not influenced you. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Figgle. Did we learn some things? What did we learn, chat? I think we learned some things. I enjoy thinking about this stuff, and I figured when I was reading this that it was going to be something that I wanted to think about, so I figured I'd stream me reading this. I did not expect to talk for 4 hours. That was longer than I thought it would take. This is not that long an article, and I talked for 4 hours, so, you know, is what it is, I guess. Oh my god, this is really not a long article. Oh well. I was going to stream more. Maybe I'll stream more tonight. My voice is very tired after talking that much, so I think I'm gonna go have some dinner and give my throat a rest. And definitely I still want to do the next act of my silent spreadsheet run for Slay the Spire and start up Final Fantasy XIV. These are 2 things that I want to do very much, but now I am tired. Will the entire talk be available on YouTube? This will go on many Jorbs, I think. Seems like a thing that would go on many Jorbs. Should it go on the main channel under like a Spire side chat? Could do that too. It might sort of tank my YouTube channel to post a 4-hour long video that isn't going to have incredibly high engagement. This journal is a cross between social psych and human-computer interaction. Cool. Remember to check your DMs, chat, winky face. That's a yikes. My strategy videos on my main channel? Yeah, that's more directly targeted at my YouTube audience though. Yeah, doggy. Post a short on your main to point to it. Oof. That's a lot of work. Yeah, there's like a lot of stuff I could do to try to make something like this seen by as many people as possible. This goes back to the YouTube algorithm, right? At some point, doing battle with the YouTube algorithm day in and day out just stops feeling like it's worth it when it detracts from the energy I have to make something like this with the people who are already here and want to see it. And so I'd rather just like chill out and make a video like this than spend a lot of time trying to work out how to promote it on YouTube. You didn't know there was another channel? Yeah, slowly people will understand more and more that it exists. Word of mouth, and eventually a video on it will get a lot of views and the YouTube algorithm will start recommending it to people because it will see that people who watch my main channel watch that channel a lot and stuff like that. It'll slowly happen. I'm not super worried about forcing it to happen. It's very new. It hasn't even, like, I haven't monetized it yet because it's too new to be monetized. It has to be a channel for 30 days before that can happen. We're getting there, but we're not there yet. You're excited to watch me rage about Darkest Dungeon 2? That is absolutely a thing that happens there. Absolutely a thing. Okay, should we host a friend? Let's host a friend. I was not expecting 600 people to watch me do this, by the way. Thanks for hanging out. It's very cool that there are that many people who are interested in seeing something like this.